This is our first person we've been able to do for 3 years now, and we're really excited to kick things off here with Monado doing Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door.
Yeah, it's an amazing run. He is doing the category Max Upgrades, which that's going to have a lot of crazy stuff because with this kind of category, you don't need to beat all of the chapters necessarily. Monado will explain it a bit more when we actually start, but it's going to be a very entertaining run. We're starting off pace with an awesome run, and there's a lot going on this week, so stick around. But I don't think, BlueBob, I don't think we want to waste too much time because we want to put it to Monado to start us off. So as we transition to Monado, let's give him a round of applause. Start the timer.
But yeah, hey, how we doing, everybody? Monado or Justin, whichever you want to figure out to call me. This is Paper Mario, the 1,000 Year Door, and I have two lovely commentators, BlueBob and Yoshi-Zilla.
Yeah, I'm BlueBob.
I am also BlueBob.
No, I'm Yoshi-Zilla.
But yeah, welcome. If you're not familiar with this game, this is the second game in the Paper Mario franchise. A lot of people think that this is the best one in the series. It expanded upon a lot of what the original did, and I would agree with that. It is my personal favorite in the franchise.
Dude, same.
Yeah, Super comes very close though, but honestly they're all pretty good. But yeah, right here at the beginning of the game, we have Mario and Luigi, and Mario went ahead and got a letter in the mail from Peach saying, oh hey, I found a magical map, let's go on an adventure together. And now he's sailing to a land called Rogueport, which, let's just say that the name of that location doesn't sound all too friendly, Rogueport.
Yeah, I don't know, it doesn't sound very good.
Nah. But you may notice here that we are playing on the Japanese version of the game. That actually holds quite a few exclusive glitches that will be used in this speedrun, and I will be getting to those as soon as I, come across them. But yeah, at the beginning of the game here, we have quite a lot of mashing going on. So the best way to go about mashing in this game, unfortunately, one thing that didn't carry over from Pape 64 was holding down the B button to just auto-advance text frame perfectly. That was really a really nice feature that they stripped from this game. But the most efficient way to clear text in this game would be by hitting the A and B button simultaneously.
Yeah, everyone does it quite differently too, and it really comes down to sometimes you can end up losing seconds if you don't mash fast enough.
Yeah, exactly. At least at this game, unlike as an example, I'm pretty sure it's Superstar Saga. It has a cap on how fast you can actually mash. Fortunately enough, so it's not like you have to play at these task level speeds for mashing to be able to actually clear the text. But right here we have our first battle coming up, and it's going to introduce some of our first action commands being just, jumping on the enemy. And I'm going to be performing a super guard here, which is a 3-frame window for every enemy in the game, as long as you aren't using any sort of badges to make it less or better for yourself. A super guard negates all damage, and if it's a direct attack by the enemy, it automatically does 1 damage. And that's the guy that we're fighting right now is called Lord Crump. He has 5 HP, and just jumping on him twice and doing a super guard instantly kills him, which is nice.
Something interesting, I guess, explaining about the version differences. So as Justin said, there are some Japanese-only glitches, but there are some things that only happen on the Japanese version. For some reason, on the Japanese version, certain super guards just don't work.
Yeah. For whatever reason, when they first programmed the game in Japan, they just decided, oh, you know what, we're going to make it so some enemies and some bosses just have attacks that aren't super guardable, and we're not going to tell you about them. When they localized it to the United States along with other parts of the world, they did manage to make nearly every attack super guardable. I think the only one would be the super boss at the end of a pit of 100 trials, Bonetail. I'm pretty sure he is the only one that doesn't have a super guardable attack, and that's his bite specifically.
Yeah, the PIV 100 Trials is not in this run. Oh, wait, no. Is it? I forget. I completely forget, to be honest.
So for those who have played Paper Mario 64, we're just meeting the Goombario equivalent.
Yes,
Oh,
Goomba
yes.
right here
Yes.
is our Goombario equivalent. And I know that I know this is probably not great for tech to hear, but my audio is a bit delayed compared to what I'm seeing on the screen. I don't know if there's any way to fix that.
Yeah, I actually heard too.
Okay. But yeah, right here we have our first partner tutorial. These play out with every partner that you end up getting. And in this category, we actually managed to get every single partner, even the optional one that's in the Trouble Center. But starting off right here, you may notice that I'm doing these jumps. It's not just for show. I'm actually performing I guess you want to call it a bit of an exploit. I wouldn't call it a glitch per se, maybe an oversight. But for some reason in the 1,000-Year Door, Mario's vertical speed is faster than his horizontal speed. So we're actually able to walk up and down and then start jumping to the left or right frame perfectly. And we can actually maintain that vertical speed horizontally and start walking, or start hopping left and the right to maintain that vertical speed. And I don't know exactly how much time it saves over the course of a run, but considering this run is about 4 hours long, I would argue that it saves, a good chunk. And right here we are buying some items as well. We're going to be buying 4 Fright Masks and 5 Fire Flowers for this category, which will be used for some of the beginning fights in the game, specifically like the Goombas and the X-Nauts and such, because they're a little slow to kill, and we are kind of forced into some of those battles.
Yeah, thankfully Goombas only have 2 HP, so using a Fire Flower takes them out very quickly.
Yes, exactly. Using a Fire Flower or a Fright Mask on them just takes them out really quickly.
Yeah, Fright Masks work 100% of the time on like low-level enemies like Goombas.
Yep, which is nice. All right, and moving over here, we have, I guess essentially it would be, I don't even know who you would want to compare him to at Pape 64, BlueBob.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. This is all new on the GameCube here, so new content.
New content, of course. But this is Professor Frankly. Essentially, our objective right now is to, go talk to him. Goombella is a student or was a student for Professor Frankly, and she came here to do some research project with him or something about something. I don't exactly remember, but Goombella finds out that Mario came here for a treasure with the map that Peach ended up mailing, and he's pretty interested in it because that should lead to the Crystal Stars along with the 1,000-Year Door, which is something that had been built very long ago in... Oh, my goodness.
No.
Oh, I got double inputted. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, no.
I hit up to decline the tutorial, but I guess we have to sit through this now because there unfortunately isn't a way around it. At least this is the faster of the 2 tutorials that you can be given at the beginning of the game. That's really sucky.
Yeah, I saw it happen, that double input.
Just wanted to show the viewers kind of how the battle mechanics work.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
we have to show them exactly what we're doing here. So, you have your hammer attacks, and you have your jump attacks. And right here, as I was talking about earlier, Super Guards, they are a 3-frame window to hit. And also, I should say that this game runs at 60 FPS.
Yeah, so you don't have that much room.
Yeah, exactly. It is pretty precise on its inputs. All right, right here we have a scripted battle with a normal Goomba, a Paragoomba, and a Spiky Goomba. On this fight, we're just going to use a Fright Mask, so this is one of the ones that we ended up purchasing that for, or else we just have to defeat them.
Man, look at him thinking outside the box. Instead of killing them with jumping, hammering, and jumping again,
exactly.
He uses a Fright Mask.
This wasn't even in the tutorial.
Yeah,
I know.
Do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's onto something.
I might be. I
guess real quickly to just talk a little bit about the category. So since it's max upgrades, to clarify, he doesn't need to get every upgrade. He just needs to get the max upgrade. So this includes Ultra Hammer, Ultra Boots, 42 shines. Now, you might be thinking, there's only 42 shines in the game. Well, maybe not.
Well, more specifically, you need to upgrade all of your partners to the Ultra rank. So there actually is a glitch that we will be getting into later called Shine Duping, where there are specific shine blocks that if you're able to position Mario up on top of them to shoot out a later partner that will be getting Koops, he's actually able to grab the shine spray that pops out at the top of the block, and we're able to collect that as well as hitting the one with the block.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. Also, you may have noticed that item that I just picked up in that red block there. That was a badge. I won't be using that specific badge that I picked up, which was pretty lucky. I only picked that up just so I can use it to sell, because unlike the first game, there are duplicates of badges in this game. I'm pretty sure there are like multiple that you can come across, and unlike Pape 64, there aren't unique IDs for specific badges. So every badge that you can collect in this game, you can also sell for some additional money, which is nice.
Yeah, it's a great thing.
Yeah, it is. Usually in PB attempts, I wouldn't pick up that badge there specifically, but one badge that we do need to end up getting later past Chapter 2 is a bit RNG dependent, unfortunately. There's a character by the name of Charlieton, and he holds 16 different items, and it's a 25% chance to get the badge that we would need, which is Mega Rush.
Yeah, it ends up being a run killer.
Yeah, it can be a potential PB killer, and you may notice right here, Monado,
hey,
where are you going?
Where are you going?
You just got the plane upgrade. You should be going to the 1,000-year door. Well, funny you should say that. I am going to a plane panel, just not that one.
Oh.
I jumped on the Goomba. That's okay. You can jump over those Goombas, but he was in a bit of a weird spot, which just made me not be able to jump over him. But yeah, I am going to another plane panel, and I will be performing a glitch called Hazard Respawn Glitch, which, Yoshi, you can explain that if you would like to.
So essentially what he's going to do is he's going to jump twice on the very first frame that he can, similar to speed swapping, how you can continue Mario's speed. In this case, he's going to jump on the very first frame he enters the room in order to, essentially, the game respawns Mario. Whenever you jump on a boat panel, it doesn't register that Mario was on land, because typically when you fall in water, the game puts you in a certain location, but if you jump on the first 2 frames onto the boat panel into the water, I'm sorry, the first frame, you have to jump frame perfectly twice. Then when you jump in the water, Mario will just spawn in the very middle of the room, just like that, and he'll be able to skip going to the 1,000-year door.
Yep, and it just so happens that the platform to have us enter Chapter 1 is just right where Mario happens to land. If he was a little bit further to the left, he would fall in the water, which isn't impossible to jump off of. So there is another skip in Chapter 1 here that I'm not going to be doing, because there's a chance that the run just dies if I don't save, and I'd prefer to just not do it. Where it's very
risky.
Yeah, it's very similar to Hazard Respawn Glitch, where you need to fall in the water, but instead of having 2 jumps out of the loading zone, either you need to go to the edge of the room and jump on the pipe, which also doesn't update your respawn trigger, or you need to just do frame-perfect speed swaps into the water, which is the same results as what I just did before. And then it just so happens that the water for the river is also in the very middle of the room. So I would be required to get a frame-perfect jump off of the water, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just very risky.
Yeah, I would be doing it in like a PB attempt, but not here.
Ooh,
that's okay.
Good RNG, but missed it.
Yeah, the Goomba was in like a pretty poor spot, and so if I tried to grab it, it would have just touched me. Okay, so this is the bridge skip room that I was talking about here just a moment ago. So what I'd be able to do is just do speed swaps, land on the water, and then just jump across the gap. But instead, we're just going to go back here and just hit the switch. And the switch's hitbox is kind of big, so you can hit it from pretty far away. Like, it didn't even look like the hammer hit the switch there, and it still worked.
I just want to mention, remember when we had to suffer through 20 minutes of Paper Mario's prologue? Well, this one's only like about 11 minutes. It's, it's half of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so much better.
It is a lot better.
It's a lot better.
Maybe wondering as well, so if I skipped the bridge, how would I be able to get back later? Well, this game works very interestingly in how it progresses, like stuff such as like that. So there is a sequence system in this game. So if you hit certain sequence triggers, it will actually just progress the story up to a certain point. So like certain, I wouldn't call them flags, but certain like events such as like the bridge spawning in would have already happened. So the game just updates it to have the bridge there as if it, already happened.
So I guess an example of that, you went to chapter 1 right after getting the airplane, the paper airplane. So it will act as if you already went to the 1,000-year door at this point?
Yes, exactly. The only caveats behind that is that I don't get the star ability sweet treats. And because of that, there is going to be a small visual glitch on the HUD up at the top. Normally, at this point, if you were playing the game casually, you would have that little blue bar underneath your FP meter that would show how much star power you have. Well, that doesn't show up now, and it will only show up when I get the first crystal star, and there's going to be a bit of like a visual bug because of that, which is okay, it doesn't do anything, it's just, like I said, a visual bug. Also, that Koopa that we just talked to in the previous room, that's going to be our next partner, but he's a little shy right now, he doesn't want to talk to us.
Speaking of visual bug, Hey, Justin, why do you have Frankly there still? I thought Frankly was supposed to leave you.
Oh, you make a very good point there. So since I never went to the 1,000-year door, the flag for him to leave your party just never happened. So he's going to be traveling with us until I enter chapter 2. No, I'm sorry. Not until I enter chapter 2, until like a certain point in chapter 2. Because you get another follower, and he'll like override him. You can only have one follower at a time.
Yeah, it's very good. There are other followers you can get, including, Flavio, but we're not getting Flavio to follow us. No thanks.
Yeah, no Flavio. Sorry, everybody. It would be like a huge detour to go out of the way to get Flavio.
And we want to go fast.
Yeah.
Do you like going
You're
fast,
darn
BlueBob?
tootin', we want to go fast.
Yeah, that's generally the best way to play games.
All right, and I should have said this before, but you may have noticed that I was picking up these POW blocks. Well, these enemies here, they can die to other stuff, but the POW blocks are way faster, and they just put them before each of these like little castle things. And there also is a way to skip around these fights by doing a trick called Goombella buffering through the loading zone. You can just bypass the loading zone entirely, but I'm pretty sure only TAS does that. It's not impossible for somebody to do it, but it's just not worth attempting. It would not save you any time, really. Because you have to go around the seam of the room, and you'd probably fall off. It's just not RTA viable.
I guess something to mention real quickly is he mentioned Goombella buffering. He will be using that later in runs, or later in this run, but he's just not going to use it for that specific point.
The POW block was too convenient.
It was too convenient.
Too convenient. Like, don't you just wish you could just grab a POW block and then go up to a stone enemy and just, it's over.
Yeah, that would be very nice. All right, right here we have a little quiz happening with the Thwomp here. All the answers are just set every time.
You mean you didn't learn Japanese so that you can get all the answers?
Funny you mentioned that, BlueBob, actually. So in glitchless runs of this game, and I guess also 100%, in Chapter 3, there are these conditions that you need to read to actually progress the fight. So I guess I kind of did learn a little bit of Japanese, if you want to say that, because I need to read the text a little bit. But unfortunately, fortunately, we won't be going through that because it's all RNG, and we can just skip right to the end of the chapter there. I'll show you how to do that later.
No learning Japanese.
But yeah, down here we are in the Schwank Fortress sewer system. One thing to mention as well on the Japanese version of the game, the Fuzzies have a really, really hard time tracking Mario for some reason, which you would think that, oh, if they're just not going to track you, that should be a little bit easier, right? No, actually, it's not. So on the US and PAL versions of the game, once they see Mario, they just start trailing him. But on JP, since they have a hard time, like, figuring out where Mario is, they just jump around a lot more sporadically. So like they could just jump to the right and then immediately just be like, oh, I'm just gonna jump down left now instead of, you know, jumping to the right again. So it's really hard to judge their patterns. So if I get into an encounter with one, I wouldn't be surprised.
Now you got this.
For now. I still have to go back through it one more time. But yeah, our objective right here is to go collect these sun and moon stones, which we're going to be using to access Hooktail's castle coming up.
Sun and Moon, where have I heard that before?
That's a Pokemon game. Or two, I should say.
And can easily take out these fuzzies with the Fire Flower because they all have 3 HP.
Yes, they do. It is really convenient. Our leveling system here, too, is routed very specifically. A lot like Pape 64, we use Mega Rush and Power Rush quite often in this run.
You did it. You got through.
I did. You're right. I didn't get into an extra encounter. And we have a small mini-boss here called the Golden Fuzzy. We are going to be using Fire Flower on this fight, too, but we want to do at least, I think you need to do 3 or 4 total damage before he sends the whole room to be filled with fuzzies like this. We don't need to defeat them, though. We just need to fight the golden one.
Yeah, I believe it's 3 because you may have noticed that Justin did not get a badge, which was Power Smash. That's the first badge you get in the game. In old routes, before we had Hazard Respawn Glitch, we would do an untimed Power Smash. So that's how I can remember it's 3, but you know, it's a bit too slow. And like we said, this is max upgrades, not all upgrades. If you want an all upgrades category, watch all collectibles or 100%.
Yeah, there you go.
I think I mentioned earlier I was unsure about the pit or not, but no, we do not do the pit, thankfully.
No, we do not do the pit, thankfully. One little thing to note too there is that if you hold down the B button when you're like going through that Star Point collection screen, you get back to the main game a little bit quicker. Like the animation just goes by faster. Don't know exactly why, but they just decided to do that.
Nicely done on the no encounters, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good with that. Honestly, the main hiccup for this run so far has been
the tutorial.
Yeah, the tutorial. Which is pretty nice, at least.
And since we're backtracking, I guess, Justin, just a question, because I'm actually curious as well. So what do you find that you really love about max upgrades? Because I know you were telling me that this is probably one of your favorite categories.
So I like the consistency of this category a lot. The only big RNG element of the category, I would argue, is just Mega Rush, which is that badge from Charlieton. And a lot of the tricks in this category, while they're hard, they're very doable without, like, minutes of setup. Say, like, any % palace skip as an example of that.
Honestly, I would say that this category is a great beginner category for anyone that wants to learn.
Yeah, honestly, like this is a very, very good beginner glitch category because there are a lot of alternatives that you can take for the route, which is really nice.
BlueBob, who do you think this is?
This is Coops.
Yes.
I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're darn right it is. So yeah, this is our second partner. He was a little scared to join our party before, but he worked up the courage, and now he is deciding he wants to join in on the fun. This partner is very similar to Cooper from Pape 64, but the only difference I would say between like his overworld ability is the fact that you can hold the X button down to keep him like in a specific spot, which is pretty nice. Which will be coming up soon in a puzzle. And we still have a little bit more of a cutscene right here where Koopy Koo, I would assume that's his girlfriend, or want to be girlfriend, is calling him stupid for going off to Hooktail's castle. The whole reason he wants to join us on our adventure in the first place is because his dad supposedly passed away by defeating or trying to defeat Hooktail Castle, the castle. Hooktail, which is the dragon that we'll be fighting. Yeah, he wants to go and try to enact on some revenge, if possible. Fortunate with the badge there, that's okay. If I don't end up picking that one up, that's not really the end of the world. It's only like 25 coins. All right, so what we're doing here is just putting the Sun and Moonstone into the pedestals. We had to go all the way to the right side just to get these. It would be really cool if there was a skip for this someday, but probably not, because one, you would miss out on getting coops, and two, I don't think the pipe is actually there underneath this like fake pipe until afterwards anyway.
It is actually possible for tasks to hit both switches without coops.
Yes.
But I don't even think I don't think the task uses it. I don't
No, the any percent task actually didn't end up doing that because it was faster because coops saved time elsewhere.
Yeah, the good thing about this game compared to Paper Mario 64 is a lot of the partners are actually useful for the glitches. Not all of them, but most of them. With Paper 64, it's like 1 or 2 partners that are like the most useful.
Goombella, unlike Goombario in Paper 64, actually has a ton of use. Like, she has a lot of glitches that I'll be using. A lot of text storage-related glitches she's used for. A lot of enemy dodging here as well. We will be, ooh, that's unfortunate. That's okay, that's okay. We'll be picking up this badge right here. This is Power Bounce. If you're familiar with Paper Mario runs in general, you would know that this badge is going to be insanely broken from like any point of the run realistically. Power Bounce essentially lets us jump on an enemy as much as we want until either we drop the input or for specific enemies and bosses, there are caps that are a little bit RNG. So once you get to a certain threshold, so I'm pretty sure Hooktail specifically has a hard or a soft 9 cap. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Soft 9 cap. So if you get up to 9 bounces, there is, I'm pretty sure, like a 1 in 3 chance for you to keep continuing jumping, even if you hit the input.
I remember playing this game casually on the Dolphin emulator on my computer, and that part crashed my computer.
Oh, really?
Was this before or after your current computer?
This is my old PC.
Oh, your old PC,
My new
okay.
one, probably no issues.
Yeah,
Wasn't
okay.
strong enough
No, exactly.
to handle it.
All right, and so right here, we're just using 2 fire flowers to make quick work with this boss. Just a quick little mini boss. Red bones. There actually is a little skip you can do. Previously, when I was getting pushed back by all the dull bones, if you do like a weird like hammer swing and jump at a specific time, you can actually just interact with the boss without having to go back up to it at the front of the room. And right here, we actually are getting to do our first shine dupe of the run that I brought up earlier sometime in Prologue.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I'll explain it again after I do it.
You got this.
Very
Nice.
So essentially what I did there is, I jumped off the ledge to grab the key, and then I jumped up onto the shine block and positioned Koops in a specific spot where he would be able to catch the shine as Mario is hitting the block, because that shine sprite that pops out at the top of the block is more than just a visual. So you get 1 for hitting the block, and then if you grab the one with Koops and then continue to mash the A button, you can grab the next one, which is pretty convenient. That doesn't work for every shine block because, you can't get on top of every one of them, unfortunately. And some of them have different setups than other ones as well. So if there's one that's sitting on the ground, you need to do some sort of setup with your hammer. They're pretty variable, but it's really nice that I was able to get that first one there.
The good thing is he actually doesn't need to do all the shine dupes. There used to be an old route where you had to get almost every shine dupe in order to save the most amount of time.
Correct.
But with this, you have room for like, what, 2 misses? 2?
I think it's 3, actually.
3, that's a lot better.
Yes, it is really nice. And if you do manage to continue getting more shine dupes, you can just skip out on getting different ones that would be slower, Because if I get an additional shine dupe here, I can just be like, oh, I'll skip out on getting this extra shine sprite here. That takes a little bit of time. And right here we have, yet again, another cursed box after dodging.
Don't fall for it.
It's too late. I already did.
Dude.
No. Very unfortunate. But yeah, we got the key from the very difficult spike room. Oh man, is that a hard room?
You only had 75% of the time to spare.
I know. So we are going to also be picking up this badge right here, which is an attack effect badge. Oh, I didn't unspin. So that badge is actually going to be useful for Hooktail. It sounds like a cricket, apparently, to her. I kind of hear it a little bit, but it just sounds like a weird beep to me. Essentially, she's just kind of like grossed out by the sound, which makes her weak. So we'll be able to use Power Bounce on her, where if we weren't using that badge, her defense would be too high, and it wouldn't do any damage.
I just want to mention that Anna in the chat is calling you out for how hard it was blindfolded.
You know, I was going to bring that up. So my wife, Anna, who, like Yoshi said, is in the chat right now, was helping me go through blindfolded with this game. She was trying to guide me through it, and it didn't really work out too well, and I got stuck on something, and I think she was just laughing at me and wasn't actually helping at the time. This is over 3 years ago at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but there was a clip of it somewhere.
There was an attempt.
Yeah.
Are you going to go for window jump?
I'm considering it, but I don't know the clip to get back up, so I'm not going to bother with it. It's only about 7-second save, so it's okay. One of the earliest skips in this game here is a little skip called the window jump, where you can just barely, and I mean just barely, make it to that window there by doing a speed swap from like the very top left of the platform.
Yeah, it's very risky though. Back then, before, there's a clip that you could do to actually get back up there a little faster. But back then, you lost 30 seconds if you don't get it. And in glitchless, you lose 30 seconds if you don't get it because you can't do the glitch.
Yeah, you can't do the clip out of bounds. We have a little life stream here that we're gonna grab as well.
Great life insurance.
Yes, it is, especially in a run like this where I definitely will want to make sure I'm safe. Because, you know, I'm gonna be saving in quite a few parts of the run that I feel like, oh, I may possibly die here if I'm not careful. So like before any boss, I'm going to be saving. Because one thing in this game as well that you may not be aware of, there are stage effects that are kind of random whether they happen or not, where Mario can just get hit by a bucket that falls from the ceiling, or hit by like a stage light or something.
Or hit by Luigi.
Yeah, or get hit by Luigi. Yeah, funny story about that. In my first ever run of this game in glitchless, I was on the Chapter 6 boss, Smorg, and I was reading the route trying to figure out what to do, and I realized it a little too late, but Luigi, of all people, when I was at 1 HP, threw a rock at me and I died. And I hadn't saved for like an hour, so I had to go back and do it all again.
Luigi will get his time tomorrow.
Yes, he will. Luigi's Mansion runs tomorrow.
So far, this chapter 1's been going very well.
Yes, it has. I was going to say something, but I just blanked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Also, one small little difference on the Japanese version there. That plane panel that I just used is actually a lot further back than it is on the US version. They made it closer. They had like shifted the platform further to the right for some reason. I would imagine because it was just kind of hard. But since I got the Shine Dupe, I'm going to be skipping that Shine Sprite for now. You actually do need to come back up here later for this category because there is a hidden badge after you defeat Hooktail up in her like boss lair. And it is just, I think, about a second quicker for me to grab that Shine Sprite later.
Gotta save all the time.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it adds up, especially over a 4-hour run. It definitely adds up. You know, as I skipped a 7-second trick, just ignore that fact, but...
It's okay, it's okay.
We have a little spiked Goomba here that is a little hard to dodge. If you get him to hug the wall, he'll un-aggro for a second, and that gives you a moment to run right on by. All right, and we have our Chapter 1 boss coming up here, Hooktail.
And technically, this is the hardest boss of the run, in a way.
Yeah, I guess so, because this is the boss that you need to do the most amount of power jumps in like one go. And one thing that I neglected to mention about power bounces is that there is a soft cap, like I said, a soft and a hard cap on some enemies. Damn, got the input. So after every power bounce that you get, it actually loses a frame for everyone. So I don't know how many it starts out with, but you get one less frame every time you start to do a power bounce. That was good. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be enough.
Yeah, you need a 10 there, and you got capped.
I did get capped. I did get a soft cap. I was unlucky.
I believe to answer your question, it starts at 7, and then it drops from there.
Okay. So I just needed to do one additional jump there. And right here, Hooktail is going to try to ask you some questions about stuff that she could offer you to, you know, spare her. But if you choose one, she just decides to bite you, which is actually faster to do, which is why I decided to take that instead of just saying no on every one of them. I take 5 damage, but ultimately it doesn't matter because you just heal at the end of the chapter anyway. That's okay. I dropped the input there. That wasn't the game. That was just me. All right, and that's Hooktail. That's the first chapter boss of the game defeated.
Nicely done. I'm going to applaud for you. Good job.
Woo!
Nicely done.
Thank you, thank you. And this is about, I think it's, by the end of the chapter, it's going to be like 1:20 off my PB. I'm going to blame the tutorial for that.
Yeah, that was probably most of it in that case, so otherwise really good.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? You know, I know this. It's your moment, Justin, but I just want to say, huge congrats to Justin getting the PB only a few days before Pace.
Yeah, I got a PB on my last stream before Pace, which was a 404, which bopped Yoshi, actually.
I'm gonna make a comeback.
All right.
No, he deserves it.
Well, thank you. But yeah, this is our first Crystal Star. We don't actually get all the Crystal Stars in the run.
Yeah, again, it's called max upgrades, not all.
Yeah, not all Crystal Stars, max upgrades. Our upgrades, for anybody that had missed it, are defined as the Ultra Hammer, the Ultra Boots, the 4 Paper Curses, and then upgrading all of our partners to Ultra Rank, which would entail getting all the shine sprites. But with duplicating some of them, we don't need to go out of our way to get every shine block specifically.
Yeah, and he mentioned this isn't all Crystal Stars. All Crystal Stars actually used to be, or I guess what I should say is max upgrades is very similar to what all Crystal Stars used to be before the super jump glitch was found, which Justin will explain it later when it actually matters.
Yes.
But all Crystal Stars has just a lot of RNG, so max upgrades is like definitely a fun category to run in my personal opinion.
Yeah, max upgrades has a route that's structured more to what all Crystal Stars used to be, outside of getting the shine sprites and all the Crystal Stars.
It's
structure-wise, it's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's about the same time too, because I believe like the fastest all Crystal Stars time I ever got before the route changed was, I think it was about sub 4.
Okay, yeah, and Sway currently has a sub 4 in max upgrade, so yeah, it's about the same.
Yeah, so it's kind of nice when you have when you have a category that you really like and you're able to kind of have another category that's very similar and fun.
All right, so right here we're just going through some story stuff. Unfortunately, we can't skip every intermission in this category. There are some that we do end up skipping, though. But this is just the introduction to some of the villains in the game. The mastermind behind the X-Nauts, which would be Grotus, and then those 3 characters right there were the Shadow Sirens. And there's Frankly. So like like with Mario, Frankly just doesn't leave the party of any character because there just isn't a check for him to leave your party, so they didn't even think about it. Which makes sense, unless if you're doing glitches, there's no reason for them to have coded this in the first place, for them to remove your follower at this point. But remember how I said speed swaps before as Mario? If you maintain your jumps, you can carry that frame perfectly. Well, both Peach and Bowser, spoiler, you play as Bowser a little bit, can also do speed swaps, but they're a bit different. So since you can't jump as Peach or Mario, or Mario, as Bowser, Peach or Bowser, You can still like alternate your control stick to move between up and down, which does give you like a very small burst of speed. But you, like I said, you can't maintain that left and right, unfortunately. But you know, it is what it is. It's better than just not being able to do it at all.
Dang, BlueBob, you know how we used to have to play those annoying Peach like intermissions in Paper Mario? Well, this one's worse. We got Peach and Bowser we have to play.
That's true.
More auto-scrollers.
More auto-scrollers. At least in that, you can just hold down the B button. I have to mash through all this text.
How are your thumbs doing?
Oh, they're fine. I don't even use my thumbs for mashing.
Oh, really? Do you use your middle index finger?
I use my pointer fingers.
Oh.
So yeah, my index.
That's what I meant.
I heard you say middle, and then my mind was like, oh.
Oh, you locked Frankly out.
I did, unfortunately. The game also prompts you every time after these intermissions if you would like to save or not. There might be like one or two that I'll save on just to be safe, but for now, no. I might save after the one after Chapter 7 for Bowser, maybe, just to be safe, because you are in peril from that point for a while, going through Chapter 8.
Yeah, a lot of this run's going to use a lot of Peril Mario.
Yes.
Because it's just absolutely broken, and unlike in Paper Mario 64, Mega Rush and Power Rush stack.
Yes.
So when Justin gets that, he's going to be doing an extra 7 damage.
Correct.
Let's go speed swaps.
Speed swaps, yes. And we have Frankly behind us, too.
Can't even keep up.
No, we can't.
He can't make up his mind.
Bowser's moving a little too fast for him.
Who would you follow? Would you follow Mario, Peach, or Bowser?
Probably Mario.
Yeah, I'd say Mario.
He wins all the time. So
That is true.
arguably I'd want to stay with him.
I'd hang out with all of them because I've met all 3 of those voice actors.
Oh yeah, okay.
You've met
All right.
Chris Pratt?
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. All right, but yeah, once again, we just need to go through all this text here.
Now might be a good time, too, to say thank you for the donations so far. You've reached
Oh, yeah.
$110.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah,
For,
nice
doing this
stuff.
to support urban arts.
Good stuff.
And if you donate a minimum of $25 to Urban Arts, you will actually be entered in for a chance to win a Nintendo Switch.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Switch
chat,
is
and Nightbot is hooking me up with that. So you should donate if you want a Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switches are usually what, $300? Only paying $25 for a chance.
Yeah, and it all goes to a good cause too. So like, you have a chance at winning a Switch, but you can also just be a good Samaritan and give to charity.
Exactly.
All right. So Chapter 1 is the only chapter in this game, at least on the Japanese version, that you actually get a full heal afterwards. I'm pretty sure it's just a bit of an oversight because they fixed that in the US and PAL versions of the game. And also on the right side there of Mayor Kurt's house, I picked up a badge that I will definitely be using. That's Mega Rush P. So it's just like Mega Rush, where if you're at 1 HP, it increases the attack damage of your partners by 5. So your partner has to be at 1 HP, not Mario.
Yeah, I guess that's something we didn't really mention, and now's a good time to mention. Unlike Paper Mario 64, your partners have like their own HP and their own like their own badges.
Correct.
So not every badge has a partner version, but most of the badges in this game have a partner version of
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
depending on the badge,
Good
obviously.
RNG.
But yeah, that was good RNG.
To expand a little bit on
Can I
Mega
grab
Rush
this?
and Power Rush, we kind of talked about how the star points are all routed out throughout this, so you level up at specific points. That's because you want to be in peril and having 1 HP at certain points so that you are able to capitalize on Mega Rush and Power Rush.
Correct.
Nice jump there.
Thank you. A jump that is more precise than it looks. All right, and now we're actually going to be going to the 1,000-year door for the first time.
For the first time.
Another nice.
Yeah,
that was a nice jump, too.
Yeah, nice. I just realized that is actually very, very difficult to make. It's actually Japanese exclusive because on
the platform cycle?
Yeah, the platform cycle.
Yeah, when they localized the game, they changed the platform cycle. Probably not deliberately on that part, but they made the platform go a little bit closer to the edges, which changes the cycle a bit.
There's a lot of subtle differences in the Japanese and like US/PAL version.
Yes.
But the cool thing about this game is over the years, the community has found a lot of glitches that used to be only Japanese exclusive, but they found it on the PAL version. I'm pretty sure you can do max upgrades on like the US/PAL version,
Yes, you
but
can.
there's just a few different things you'd have to do.
It is a bit slower to run on those versions for those categories, but a lot of glitches that exist on the Japanese version now have like counterparts to it on US and PAL. So they're not exactly the same, but like you can essentially perform the same skip using a different glitch.
Yeah, it's really awesome. And how long have you been running the game again, Justin?
4 years this February.
4 years since this February. Nice. So you were there like before at least like Super Jump and stuff were found, I believe.
Yep.
Or like right as it got
Like
found.
right as it, yeah. I had been following the game for a long time, but I hadn't run it. I guess I did pre-Hooktail Pit for a little bit, but outside of that, no. All right, but during that cutscene there, we were just holding up the magical map, which is like just good little stretch break if you want to do that. You actually don't go, like I said, you don't get all of those crystal stars in the game, so you don't go there every time you're supposed to. So it is a nice little break when you have it. You may notice, oh, Franklin's back in his office. I bet he's gonna stay here for the rest of the run now.
I actually like how
You
this
can kind of hear
cutscene
him
looks.
jumping around.
I love how this cutscene looks because it looks like he follows you out.
Yep, sometimes it does. It didn't there, but yeah, he's with us again. I think that the Frankly in the office there is actually separate from the one that was like trying to follow us, because you can hear like a little jumping sound. And
Yeah,
I think he was
is.
stuck behind the building.
Yeah, he usually gets stuck behind the building.
Yeah.
And now we're upgrading Coops.
Yes. This is going to be our first upgrade of many. This is what we are using the shine sprites for. I'm specifically upgrading Coops now because he's going to be, his additional damage is going to be used. Oh my goodness, this lag is terrible.
Ooh, yeah, that's right, that lag.
Yeah, frankly, a lot of the a lot of the rooms in this game were optimized specifically to have a certain amount of NPCs and effects at all times. So if there's like a variable to that, there is a chance that the game will lag, because they accounted for like almost everything. Same thing with like loading and unloading objects in this game. If there's something that's not on the screen, there's a good chance it's unloaded to maintain that 60 FPS feel, especially at a GameCube game. That's really impressive for a GameCube game.
And you're currently playing on GameCube, correct?
Yes, I am on a GameCube.
Yeah, when it comes to this game, you can run it on the GameCube or the Wii, but I think recently we kind of found out that GameCube is a little better with loads.
Yeah, it depends on your unit though. Like
Yeah.
one convenient thing about the GameCube disc reader is that you can actually like strengthen the optical drive on it. There's like a little dial if you take apart the GameCube that you can twist to make it like read discs better. If you're like having some problems with it, open up your GameCube and try doing that, and it might fix it. Or wipe off the little laser with some rubbing alcohol. That could also be a good thing to do too, since it's always visible. I was about to just open up the GameCube and take a look at it, but that wouldn't have been good because I'm running the game.
No thanks.
Just pop the disc out and show everyone.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, this is Chapter 2. This is probably by many their least favorite chapter in the game. I would agree with that. It's probably...
I would say the woods are like the boring part, but once you get inside the tree, there's interesting stuff in there.
I disagree with that. I like the wooded area outside the tree more, but that's just because the central mechanic of the tree is just very buggy.
That's true.
Speedrun-wise, Chapter 2 is pretty cool because there's a lot of cool glitches that I'll be showing off there.
I guess that's what I meant. In the speed run, the woods
Yeah.
is boring for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, I want to mention, by the way, Frankly just committed identity theft. He's now Punio.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, you're going to notice that Frankly is going to be talking in some portions of these cutscenes here until we get Punio. Punio is supposed to be following us right now, but his model didn't update properly. So it's as if Frankly had swapped bodies with Punio. So there is a little portion up here, not in this room right here, but in the next room, you're going to notice that Frankly is going to be talking. And which, you know, it might seem a little confusing because he's not supposed to have text boxes. But that's supposed to be Punio's dialogue. So right here, when I get to this pipe over here, he's going to walk up and start talking. And then as soon as he goes through that little hole there, Frankly is going to transform back into Punio.
I miss him already.
There he goes.
I liked him. He was pretty good.
He was pretty cool. But yeah, this right here is the Great Tree. We will not be able to enter this at the moment. A lot of people like to call this the Deku Tree, because I guess it kind of is reminiscent of the Zelda Deku Tree. Yoshi, I know you've never played Zelda games.
I've never played Zelda. Please don't kill me, stream.
But essentially, we're not able to get in because the Xnauts took over the Great Tree, and they put a door on the front of it, and we can't enter because of that. But we will be able to get a partner soon that will be able to knock off the wall there that will provide us a secret way of being able to enter the Great Tree, or at least for Punio, to go in and unlock the door for us, which is pretty nice of him.
I want to mention for anyone tuning in, when it comes to the probably the first 2 chapters or so, including prologue, it's like a little slow, but as soon as chapter 3 starts, this is when the run starts to pick up a lot.
Yeah, it takes a bit to get into it, but
I still find parts of chapter 1 and chapter 2 interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty calming, you know.
Oh, and I especially, there's a lot of, you know, we'll get into it later, but there's a lot of people that don't like chapter 6. I personally love chapter 6 in speedruns. It's a nice, like, kind of calm chapter.
Yeah, it's like a nice middle in between all of the tough stuff. All right, in this room right here, we're just hopping around. There is like a little secret pathway off to the down right portion here that we need to climb up. If we tried to go into the pipe, that's good RNG. There's a hidden block there with the badge in it. Wanted that to light on me. I'm going to end up selling that one. But yeah, that pipe would not be able to reach up onto the top of the platform. I don't even think Task can make it up there, right?
No, I don't think they can. There's no Shine Sprite. Unfortunately, he can't dupe that.
Yeah, there's no way to get up on top of that block, unfortunately.
So when you're the paper airplane, is it best to take a straight line to where you want to land, or is like a nice parabola what you're looking for?
Typically taking like a straight line is good. And one little thing to mention too with the paper airplane is that you don't want to touch the ground when you're in the paper airplane. You actually want to like hit the B button to dismount out of it, because for whatever reason the animation is longer. Or well, I shouldn't say animation, but like it takes longer for Mario to actually like unspin out of the animation if he just lands on the ground for some reason. Something I picked up on while running this game.
Yeah, it's generally something you want to avoid.
One thing to mention too about plane panels as well is that you don't actually want to go to the very edge of them. You want to just jump on them and press Y almost immediately as you're able to. It's a bit faster because your speed buildup is just faster, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, you may have noticed before that the Shadow Sirens just kind of ignored Mario as they were supposed to go after him before, but they didn't recognize who he was because they had a poster but they had lost it, and Vivian, the one with the red hat on, was blamed for losing it even though she never had it in the first place, and her sisters blamed her for it. Basically, she gets bullied a lot in this game, unfortunately.
Isn't she the youngest sibling?
I think she is. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, younger sibling gets bullied.
Know the feeling. Once again, picking up yet another badge that we will actually not be using, just selling.
You're telling me all you want with these badges are just money?
Yes. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them. I definitely just want some money from them.
Yeah, most of the badges, since we can sell them, it's really convenient to sell them for coins, but there are, like Justin said, a few that he will be getting that will be very useful.
Correct. All right, and right here we have once again, another mini-boss with the Shadow Sirens. Once they have actually figured out who we were, they are going to want to fight us. This fight right here is pretty simple, though. Other categories, you would need to rely on getting some super guards. for a bit of a faster fight. But thankfully, since we upgraded dupes, he's able to do enough damage to where we don't need to actually do that. We just use 2 fire flowers and then use power shell twice. Oh, I forgot that I grabbed the normal mushroom, so I menued weirdly. Oh, well, no life stream for me, I guess.
It's okay, you got this.
Yeah, I'll just improvise a bit, I guess. You know what? I know exactly what I'm going to do.
You have enough coins, you can probably get a backup life stream.
Yeah, I probably could. I know exactly what I'm going to do. So normally they wouldn't even be doing these attacks because I would have done enough damage. But instead, I'm going to use Earth Tremor and get enough damage from this.
Good luck.
I think the audio cues are going to mess me up a bit because the audio is still delayed.
Oh man, you got it. Yeah, the audio delay, I hear it too. Do you hear it?
This is what backup strats are for, though.
Now you have an extra fireflower, I believe, right?
Yes, I do. I won't need to use it or anything, but I guess it's just nice to have my inventory full for a glitch later. Completely forgot that I had the extra mushroom because I menued for the life shroom, but yeah. All right, we have a little clip that we can do here. You can clip through the tree there, and the way that out of bounds works in this game, unlike Pape 64, the game just puts you back at the loading zone that you last entered the room from. So instead of like a lot of the interesting like out of bounds stuff you can do in Pape 64, they kind of prevented you from being able to do that in this game by just doing that.
Ends up working out.
It does, especially in that instance there where we were able to just clip through the tree and then, you know, just pop right back up over to the right at the loading zone. I think that's the only spot where I actually end up doing that.
Yeah, and the good thing about that is when you go back, dodging the enemies is a little annoying. So if you're not going to do it to save time, do it just to avoid the enemies.
Yeah, that's true.
It saves like 3 seconds, I believe.
Does it? I thought it saved a little more than that. Could be wrong.
I guess it depends on how fast you get it.
Yeah. All right, we have another partner coming up here, and most would say that this is an adult-rated partner. You'll see why in a moment. There's a lot of things in this game that I'm really surprised it just got past like an E-rated rating for the game. Like in Rogueport, as soon as you enter like the main hub area, there's just a noose just right there.
Let's just call Flurry. Flurry's like the Rouge of Mario.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. But yeah, this is Flurry. Her ability is to blow objects away. We aren't going to be using her like in battles or anything. That's one thing that Pape 64 I think uses a little bit more. Its partners in battle, I think. Yoshi and BlueBob could probably clarify me on that.
Yeah, like Paracarry, I believe.
Yeah, but TTYD uses some of its partners more so in the early part of the game when it comes to battles. Outside of that, they aren't used too much. They definitely have more use outside of battle in this game, in speedruns at least.
Yeah, Pape 64, I guess, is kind of the opposite. You get a bit more variety in battle, but outside of battle, there's like maybe 2 partners that are really useful.
Yep. It's interesting how both games are very similar in their combat like that, but yet very different for some things. Did already get Koi camera out of that block there conveniently.
And you also got P down D up.
I did.
Well, specifically the partner version.
Yes, the partner version. Oh, once again, I won't be using any of those badges. We had an email trigger there. You may have noticed that when I was in Hooktail's castle earlier, I opened up the emails just to read one of them, and then I closed back out of the menu. Every email that you get in the game, if you don't read at least one of them, the game is going to like trigger some extra text boxes, and they're like, "Oh, hey, you should read your emails." But this is our secret entrance, as it's labeled secret entrance, right above the hole.
You have to label it.
I like how they put that in English, despite
being Japanese. Yeah.
That is true. Isn't the credits also in English technically?
I think so. I could be wrong though. I don't watch the credits all too often.
They should have put it in Japanese on the English version.
That would have been pretty hype.
Well, you have the Japanese name, so it's as much Japanese as you're gonna get.
Yeah. All right, we do have a really cool glitch coming up soon. There's a lot of waiting involved with it, but it is a pretty cool glitch.
And when he says there's a lot of waiting, we really do mean a lot of waiting.
Yeah. Yoshi, I want to ask you a question. Do you happen to know if saving could ruin that at all for me? Because I want to save just to make sure I don't accidentally mess up the text boxes.
No, I don't think it would at all because
Okay.
I don't think it's based on the save. It's based on how long. Yeah, no, it should not.
It
affect
shouldn't?
at all.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you'll see what we're talking about when we get there, but it's gonna look like nothing's happening, but it actually saves a lot of time.
Yes. I will try my best to explain it. If there are any TTYD, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Anybody
People?
anybody that does inner workings of this game to try to figure out why stuff works the way it does. If I butcher it at all, I apologize, but
Like tall or
yeah,
solid.
Yeah, exactly. Tall, solid, piston minor. They
Don't-
Maoyo, they all know a lot of the inner workings of this game.
Don't yell at us, please.
Yeah. I've tried my best to understand it, but right here we just have a little bit of a cutscene that we're going through once again where these punies here are a little distrusting of Mario, where Punio is fighting for us. Essentially we just need to go to the top of the tree, rescue the Elder, and then come back down here and they're going to join our squad. And it is probably one of the buggiest things in this game. If you aren't aware of the puny system, essentially, like this little platform right here, you need to gather them up and place them on that platform there. There's a little orb that you can get that'll bring them all to you, but they don't track Mario very well. You can walk in a straight line and they'll just drop off your party. They're really, really poor with being able to actually track Mario, which is very unfortunate, but it is what it is.
We can deal with it.
Yeah. That enemy back there, the green one, I have gotten first struck by him many a times before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I just remembered, because the trick that we're doing is involving something known as event overflow, which we're going to get into in just a bit. But
If you would like to explain it, you can feel free to do that.
it's been a while since I've explained it. I will try my best when we get to that point.
Okay. If not, I don't mind doing it.
We'll tag team. It'll be a team effort.
Okay.
Even BlueBob can explain it too.
Oh, yeah, BlueBob. You know what? How about you explain the glitch that's coming up soon, and we'll correct it.
Of course. I can say things that are accurate, but they'll be extremely general.
Why don't you just say what you see and what you think is happening?
We'll see what happens.
I do need to pull up my timer for this. All right, this fight here, we are just going to be using power balance. 4 times kills the X-Nut.
I guess something to mention about power bouncing is it's a lot more lenient on bosses in this game than in Pape 64.
Yes.
Pape 64, you get capped at 3 most of the time.
All right, let's get this. Come on. All right. Got it. So, Yoshi, if you would like to explain it, go right ahead.
Okay, so essentially what he just did was he hammered and paused in the same frame, and you won't be able to see it, but Mario is hammering a bunch right now. And after, what is it, like a minute and a half?
Yeah. Whoa, I just realized I have the practice codes on still.
Oops.
Oh, oopsie.
It's okay, don't tell anyone.
We're just going to pretend that isn't there.
But anyways, so basically Mario's hammering a lot, and it's basically causing this event overflow to where, again, I don't really know how this works fully, but when you get this event overflow, for whatever reason, when you unpause, you will just be able to unlock the door. You'll be able to just unlock the lock, And you'll have 5 frames to do
Yes, you have 5 frames to hit it. Essentially what happens is after the event overflow happens, it can't properly register what key you're actually using in the lock, which is why the key that you have is a requirement. It just detects that the key that you're using has an action on the lock. It just doesn't know which one it is. So it just pulls the one to open up the lock with the wrong key. I think since I have practice codes on,
You'll be able to see.
Yeah, I'll be able to see it when it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. So right there. All right. Nice.
So that text is going to be on screen for a little bit. I didn't even think about that with the practice codes on, but you get to see some corrupted text for a little bit until I guess I'll save and quit to get rid of it.
Yeah, you can save and quit to, and you can technically get out of the practice code if you want as well. You save and quit.
Yeah, that's what I would like to do because I didn't mean to keep them on.
Sorry, T2ID community.
Yeah, that was a bit of an unfortunate move. I didn't even think about it when I was practicing, and then we had like the issues that were going on for a bit. I didn't even think about it at the moment, but it's okay.
I'm gonna need you to remind me to not do the same thing during
With
my
super,
run.
yeah, okay. But yeah, after that, you may have noticed that the lock popped off. We still had the key in our inventory, so it didn't pull it. So we were still able to use that key on the. Yeah, we were still able to use the key on the red lock because it didn't pull it from our inventory. But after this cutscene here, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to save and reset the console.
Yeah, so it'll take a little bit of time, but yeah. It's okay, Justin. We know you just wanted to cheat.
I did want to cheat.
During a
How'd you know?
marathon.
I know. I have to have a good run, Yoshi. No, but that's my mistake. I didn't even think about it until like I had
It's
opened
okay.
up
It's
the
just,
pause menu there.
it's just a showcase.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It wouldn't end up being a PB regardless. But this is the puny orb that I was talking about before. That will just like pull them to you at all times if you put it in a pedestal. But right here, I am going to just save the game and power off the console and then power it back on just to get rid of these practice codes.
All right, so yeah, don't freak out.
Yeah, don't freak out. I'm just rebooting the console.
Yeah, we're restarting the run because we have to. No. But yeah, this will fix it so there will no longer be practice codes. And the good thing is like even if you had left the practice codes on, that there wasn't, you didn't have anything set to like fully affect the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Besides the fact that the
it was
lows
just a
would be
base
different.
file. There wouldn't have been anything for it to change.
Yeah. But there we go.
Yeah,
All
I
good.
get to see the title screen. Think of it like that.
Yeah. You did the hard reset.
I did. I powered it off and powered it back on.
Now the
Okay.
remainder of the run is legitimate.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can submit this to the leaderboard. If,
I can always
if-
submit this portion.
Chapter 2 through 8 RTA.
There you go.
So I actually want to mention right here, Justin does this a little differently than what I do when I used to run max upgrades a lot. So by unlocking the cage there, you can actually do 2 different things. Well, actually, here, I want you to explain this real quickly.
So right here, we were shuffling around right there to keep our puny count from falling down. Like I said before, you know how punies have a really hard time tracking Mario? Yeah, that goes in, like that's pretty much the same thing that I'm doing. So since they have a hard time tracking Mario, you can jump around and move weirdly enough to the point where they won't actually end up falling off of Mario's count. There are going to be plenty of times where I'm going to like jump off a platform and then go into a pipe while jumping, and they won't fall off of Mario's count.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, go ahead with what you wanted to explain, Yoshi.
Yeah, so what he's doing is he's continuing to treat normal, and what's going to happen is he's going to enter this room, and there's a cutscene with the blue cage, and he's going to basically manipulate the text in such a way to where when he comes back into this room, he's going to have all the punies. Another way you can do it, which is a bit more consistent, but I think it's like a little slower, is you go up to get them, but you have to leave Punio behind.
Yes.
So you just grab them, and you can go down, and sometimes having 100 punies to fight these 11 jabbies is kind of just comedic, but
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and let you explain what you have to do for the manipulation here.
Essentially, so there's two cutscenes that are going to be overlapping each other right here, and I'm going to be progressing the text of both cutscenes at the same time. So you may notice that there's like text scrolling behind the other text. Well, I'm keeping one text box up so I can progress the other text without like causing the cutscene to end. So like this text box that I'm keeping up right now, that's essential with actually, hold on. I'm trying to make sure I don't mess it up. That's essential with that screen fading out. So if I ended the one text box too soon, I would have ended that cutscene too soon, and the 101 Punies would not have come with Mario, and I would have softlocked.
That's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, that's quite a bit harder than it looks, and at the same time, I wanted to focus on it to make sure I didn't end up softlocking. Usually I have a bit better of an audio setup at home to where I'd be able to like hear the text boxes a bit better, which is why I went quiet there for a moment, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't mess it up. Because if I did, I would have had to go back to the previous reset that I was at, which, you know, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but would have been a bit of a hassle to deal with, because that would have been like about like a minute and a half to 2 minutes time loss.
Yeah, exactly. That's why usually when I do this, I just opt for going up to get the peonies.
Yeah, that is understandable. But yeah, that prevents some backtracking. So normally what we would have to have done was go to the top of the tree to get the 101 peonies and then come back down here with them. But the way that I did it prevented you from having to do that. Which is nice for a couple of reasons. One, because, like I said, the peonies have a really hard time tracking Mario. And if you jump off the platform that is right below the cage room, there's a chance that they just drop for some reason, and I just prevent that from happening by doing that. Right here, we also have another glitch called Cage Skip. I do need to pay a bit of attention here. Okay, I can hear it just barely. I was going into the loading zone there without like actually touching it. Oh, that's really not good. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll redo it.
You fix it.
Yeah. Hold on just a moment. Cool. Just one moment.
Keep holding on, everyone.
It's okay.
You got this.
Yeah, I know I got this. I don't know why I'm struggling with it, though. It shouldn't be that bad. Oh, come on. I'm walking too far, which is causing me to fall back out of bounds. So I'm trying to walk on the seam in the background, and I'm trying to keep the punies coming with me.
While also staying out of bounds.
Yes.
There we go.
That's what I wanted to do. That's really not that hard to do, but the audio is just a bit quiet, so I had a hard time like trying to figure out like if I was in the right spot, because there is a sound effect that's playing when Mario's in paper mode, rubbed up against like a specific spot of the wall that he needs to be, which is what I was trying to hear, which that was causing me to fall out of bounds a couple of times because of that, which is okay. You know, it's bound to happen. It's a marathon run. Nerves are a little high right now, so.
You're doing great.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that bad.
If it makes you feel any better, it's definitely better than I can do.
Oh, thank you, BlueBob. I'll be sure to tell you that during your 64 run.
Perfect.
Or your, not run, but
multiple
LPA.
runs.
Yeah. So a little fun fact, you can actually skip lowering the water in this room and have the punies come with you. Similar to what I did in the cage room there, where I just had them follow me through the through the pipe there. They just have a bad time tracking Mario, but I would like to have the shine sprite, so I just lowered the water. I don't think it saves that much time anyway. What, like 10 seconds or something, Yoshi? Water switch skip?
He took his headphones off to scratch an itch.
So, yeah, sorry.
Oh, I just asked, how much time does water switch skip save? Like 10 seconds or something? It's not that much. Yeah.
It's about, I don't think it's a little more, like maybe 20 seconds or so.
Maybe 20, okay. It's really, like, it's not worth it, especially in a category that would need to get shine sprites anyway.
Oh, yeah.
All right, but now we are at the very bottom of the tree, and this is where the crystal star resides. You may have noticed when I did that skip, I actually prevented the punies from getting locked up in the cage, which is what you would normally have to do. And by doing so, you would be instructed to go down like another floor and then figure out what the puzzle is in that room. Hit a switch, and then if you go off to the right side where the blue key was, where I picked it up, opened up the chest and picked up the blue key, in that room there is a hidden passageway that isn't accessible until you hit a switch in the cage room. But since I skipped that, I wasn't able to go in that room and get what would be an upgrade, being the super boots, which is kind of necessary, not so much for the run like category requirement, but the super boots are just too useful to skip out on. So since I skipped it, we have to go back and get it now. And I brought this up earlier, but sequence points in this game control how some things progress in the game. Not everything works based off of sequences. There are also some one-time flags and among other things. But specifically, when I took the punies down through, a glitchy mean and never got the super boots, and hit a cutscene trigger at the bottom of the tree, that caused the sequence point to go further. So now the game thinks that I've already completed the puzzle to hit the switches. So that doorway that was blocked up before is now open. And I'm able to go in there and open up the chest for the super boots. The only caveat behind that is once I get the super boots, that actually is going to revert my sequence backwards again. So it's going to treat, the game is going to treat it as if, oh, hey, I got the super boots now. Now go save the punies out of the cage. But I don't need to do that. So I have the passageway opened up back to the bottom of the tree. So I'm going to be taking that passageway after I pick up a shine sprite and a badge. And a small little thing about performing cage skip is that you'll notice that Crump here, he started a timer to detonate the tree, right? Well, that timer is still going. And by the time we get up to the top of the tree and actually fight him, he's going to turn a timer off. But that's just it. He turns one timer off. That other timer there is still present. Like the ticking for it is still present. So until I enter chapter 4, that ticking sound is going to persist. So I thought about this. A little charity donation incentive. If you guys don't want to hear the timer the whole time, if we get $50 of total donations to get up to 185, I will save and reset and take a time loss to get rid of the timer.
Do it, guys. It's
or else you'll be hearing the timer for about a half hour.
I'm just going to mention, this might be a hot take, but when it comes to me running this game, I forget about the ticking.
Oh, I do too. It's
just zoned out.
Yeah, I've heard it so much now that I'm just like too used to it at this point.
Yeah, it's funny. People would like mention it in chat or something, and I'd be like, "Oh, that's right." No, I wouldn't even be like, "What ticket?" I'd just be like, "Oh, that's right. The ticking's there."
Yep. But yeah, he got rid of the one timer, which overrode the other one, but the sound effect is still persisting. And the only way to get rid of it is by having the game music either fade away or you just reset the console. And I'm willing to do it if we get $50 more worth of donations.
Just to clarify, not one person has to donate $50.
Yeah, just got to be total.
Just total.
Total, 50 more.
So, there's like 200 people in chat, so if everyone donated $1, we'd be more than past that goal.
Exactly.
Math checked out.
It does. The math does check out.
I graduated high school. I think math, I can do math. I can't speak though, clearly.
All right, so we upgraded FP the first time, and for the rest of the run, we're going to be upgrading badge power, which, if you aren't aware, like I said before, badges are essentially our, I guess, technically like a moveset that you can give to Mario and partners for additional effects and whatever else. But we are going to be using badges very heavily. Since we skip out on tons of fights, we're going to be very low level. And a way to be able to defeat a lot of the later games bosses is by using badges, among other things.
So chat is actually wondering if they can donate to extend the ticking.
Oh.
Unfortunately not, I don't think.
No, there is no way to extend the ticking, unfortunately.
Just hang out in chapter 2 for a bit.
I'm not willing to take that big of a time loss.
Just extend the ticking.
I mean, imagine if there was. I used to have a channel point reward in my stream where if you redeemed it, it would actually pull the timer up like on the game, like not actually on the game, but I had cropped it out of the game and set it there for like 10 seconds. So if you redeemed it, it would play it for like 10 seconds.
That's what we should do. We should get, if Milo's around here, we should have him set it up to to where it plays over the stream for the whole.
He's already working hard enough. He doesn't need to do that. I'm gonna save here just to be safe.
Saving to be safe?
Yeah, saving to be safe. I don't have my live stream anymore, so that is definitely something I want to be safe about.
Are you gonna buy a live stream?
Yes, I probably will be buying a live stream, depending on Charlieton. All right, but yeah, here he turns one timer off, but you can still hear the ticking.
You know, it's funny. No joke. I can barely hear it even like right now through like with these headphones.
Are you joking? No joke. No joke. Really?
No joke.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. No joke.
Take a sip of water real quick.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
Yeah, this is the Chapter 2 boss, Magnus von Grapple. We are going to be manipulating peril in this fight. Right here, we're going to be using Power Punch on Mario. We don't use peril in this fight, but I want to put myself into peril for another fight coming up, what would be in Chapter 3. This is super good there. That's okay.
At least he didn't attack Mario.
Yeah, that's true. Once again here, we aren't going to be using our partners for really anything in these fights here. Outside of just Flurry, they're using Power Punch on Mario to make him do more damage.
Oh, that bingo lined up.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I mean, it's not going to affect you right now, thankfully.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost.
Okay, so if I guard the one fist there, let that one hit me, and then he's going to shake the ground. That'll hit me for 2, put me in peril. I have to do 6 bounces here. There we go.
Nicely done.
Thank you, thank you. And that is the Chapter 2 boss, Magnus von Grapple. So like I said, I'm in peril now. That was fully intentional. When I get to the Chapter 3 boss, which would be Grubba, I will be using Mega Rush and Power Rush. That's when we start wanting to use like peril for bosses and such.
The cool thing is during the next boss, he will also make use of Peril Partner.
Yes, I will be actually. I'll be using another item called a point swap, and I'll be using that on Goombella. A point swap, I don't know if those exist in Paper Mario 64 or not.
No, they do not.
They don't, okay. So essentially what a point swap does is it swaps the number of FP that you have with your HP. So you can use it on either your partner or Mario. So as an example, if Goombella has 10 HP, which she will, and I have 1 FP, which I will at the time, if I use that on Goombella, it's going to swap those 2 stats around. So I'll have 10 FP, and Goombella will be at 1 HP. And right here, we once again have another intermission that we need to go through. This one is a little more. This one has a little more meatiness to it. We're doing a little bit more with it as opposed to just mashing through text and walking. Peach has a little mini game segment, and then Bowser has a little like 2D mini game segment that he goes through, which is a little cool. It's better than just mashing through text mindlessly and not really thinking about what you're doing. But right here, we just need to wait until Tech is like, oh, I guess I'll let you out of the room. Yeah, he opens up the door for us here, which is essentially what his role is in this game. He's trying to understand Peach, essentially. He's a computer that is supposedly supposed to know everything, but he knows nothing about girls or a relationship. So he wants to understand Peach to expand his memory, I guess, or his storage or whatever.
I dare you to miss the first 6 and hit the next 10.
You what?
I dare you to hit the first, or miss the first 6 inputs and then hit the next 10.
No, I don't think I'm gonna do that. But basically, this mini game here, like Yoshi had said, there are 16 inputs that you're able to do. You need to hit at least 10 of them. So I'm gonna purposely fail a couple of them just because I think it's a little funny. And there used to be a joke in the community where if you just failed one of them, you would manipulate getting Mega Rush every time.
And a runner by the name of Soric likes missing the first 6 and hitting the next 10, so he cannot have any room for error.
I'll just miss the rest of them here. There's only 2, I think.
Nicely done.
Well, thank you.
I think you manipulated Mega Rush RNG.
I probably did. If we get Mega Rush first try here, I will be so ecstatic. Like I will just...
Ecstatic.
I will just pop off so hard. You have no idea. Like, I will jump out of this chair. And I will go, woo-hoo.
You better do it in that exact tone.
I'll just slowly stand out of my chair and go, woo-hoo.
Hey, it's Bowser.
It is Bowser. He's in Petal Meadows now. So Bowser's objective here in this game is essentially tailing after what Mario is doing. I think he has some lackeys that are following what Mario is doing and trying to just figure out what he's up to. But yeah, we have a little game here, a la Super Mario Brothers. Our objective is to just get to the flagpole. We grab 2 of the meat stacks, and then we can just run straight to the end because we're invincible for the rest of it. This one, as long as you get the meat every time and don't mess anything up, you always get a 160 on the timer. Every single time. I think you can get a 161 if you don't grab the meat, right?
Yeah, but only Tash does it.
Yeah, it's not worth doing because it's just... Wow, I saved like a fraction of a time for something that is so irrelevant.
And hard.
Yeah. A game like this, like 1 second time saves are definitely nice to come across, but they're like so... It's not optimized to the point where like a platformer, like a traditional platformer would be. Like this game obviously has its platforming moments. It's Mario, of course, but this is like a good middle ground between like a typical RPG speedrun and a Mario speedrun, I'd argue, because there's a lot of cool movement tech in it, along with you got your RPG elements and such, which is why I like it a lot. It's a good middle ground between the 2. Whoa.
Not bad.
You're all good. All right, I am gonna save on this because in case I fall in a pitfall or get hit by an enemy, I have that save. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's just a precaution, you know. You can't be too safe with a marathon run. All right, but yeah, that's the end of Chapter 2. We will never have to see these losers again.
Unlocked.
True. What do you think of that chapter, BlueBob?
Really enjoyable.
All right.
No, it was actually pretty cool. Not too much of an auto-scroller.
That's good. I'm glad you liked it.
Do you think it's better than Chapter 2 in Paper Mario 64?
Yes, actually. It's one of my least favorite in Paper Mario 64, personally.
All right. I didn't even bring this up before, but Peach, her role in this game is essentially to do a tech once, and then she ends up being able to send emails out to Mario about like her status and some stuff that she learns from tech. Because as a trade-off, when she helps him out, she feeds him information, or the other way around. When she helps him out, tech feeds information to her, and then she can send that to Mario. I should have grabbed damage dodge, but that's okay. That would have been a nice extra badge to sell. You know what? I'll grab this badge here. Once again, just picking up another badge just to sell it for some coins.
Just to be safe.
Yeah, exactly. In a marathon run, I want to pick up some additional stuff just to be safe, because I have had times where I've had runs just die to trying to get Mega Rush for minutes. It's not fun, and I think going out of the way for like 1 to 5 seconds to get an additional badge to sell is just way better to do instead of having to rely on getting better RNG. In like a run, I wouldn't be getting all these additional badges. I would just risk it. But the nice thing is that Charlieton has like a lot of really low selling items, and the more items you end up purchasing from him, the smaller his pool is. So Charlieton has 16 total items, and he shows 4 out of times, and you need 1 of them. So you have a 25% chance of actually getting the one that you want. So the more stuff you buy from him, the greater odds you have of being able to get the badge that you want. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Let's go, Milo. So I just realized another really cool glitch is coming up in a bit.
Oh, Ultra Hammer early?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not doing the flurry method, correct?
No, there's no way I'm doing that.
Yeah, there are 2 different ways you can do this next switch coming up,
Yes.
but there's a much easier way to do it.
Conveniently. So coming up here, I will be going to the badge shop for the first time to sell all the badges that I've been picking up, and also purchasing one. Power Rush, which is very, you can get it pretty early. I think in Pape 64 it's in Peach's Castle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like either you just have to pick that up with Peach and send it to Mario, or you just wait till the end of the game, which is what I'm pretty sure you do in runs. So fortunately, it is just here for us, and we can just buy it. The badge shop in this game is pretty nice compared to the one that's in Pape 64, where you just have like a list of all the badges that you can end up purchasing. The only like RNG, like with badge shop related stuff would be Charlieton, but he's separate from this.
So he's selling all the useless badges.
Yep, we're getting a lot of coins. Wow, I actually picked up a lot more badges than I thought.
It's okay. Nothing wrong with having extra money.
Might be able to afford a life room now.
Yeah, life shrooms are 50 coins, so
Oh, okay.
so I will be able to purchase one more than likely.
All right.
I guess that's inflation for you. I think they're 10 in Paper Mario 64. Or no, it's just mushroom. No.
Yeah. I think they're also 50, or it's like 20 in a certain area. All right.
Now watch, I'm gonna get Mega Rush first try after
First
picking up all
try.
the badges. Oh,
Aw.
okay. So I want to buy like a lot of his low selling items specifically. I probably could buy this too. That would be fine. I can buy that. I have more than enough coins. So that's 3 items less than what he has in his pool now. So
Someone do the odds.
yeah, someone do the odds. It's a better chance than 25. That's all I know.
It's a 1 in, what is it? It's a 1 in 13 chance now, so someone do the math. Here, I'm gonna look at chat to see if anyone actually has the correct.
Well, actually, it's a 4 in 13 chance.
That's
because
right,
there are
sorry.
4 items.
4 in 13 chance.
So right there, I was doing I was going through another loading zone specifically so I could reload Charlieton's items. You need to go 2 loading zones away to change out what he is currently holding. And in this room right here, there is like a place where you can talk to figure out like what you need to input here. But essentially you need to buy a dried shroom and a dizzy dial, and that will unlock the door for what would be Don Pianta. And since I don't need any of these items, I am going to be storing them. All these fire flowers I ended up purchasing that I don't need anymore.
You have about a 30% chance, by the way.
30%, okay.
All
right.
Once again.
It does. All right, and right here we are doing a glitch called jump storage, where I'm going to be buffering coops into this cutscene with Don Pianta. That should have worked, right? It looked like it did.
I believe so. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell with this jump storage specifically. If I failed it, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. I would have just had to do a bit of a detour. So essentially right now, what I did was I got a glitch called jump storage, and I will be using that jump storage to essentially scale up infinitely. So I stored Mario's jump. And when I press and hold down the A button after going off of a vertical incline of some sort, something that Mario can just walk up on top of, it will cause him to ascend infinitely until I let go of the A button. It's essentially a moon jump. Kind of.
That is completely legal, too.
Yeah, because it's a glitch. It's not just...
you saw him reset. He
yeah, I don't have the practice codes out anymore.
Hey.
And right now I'm going to be going up to the Ultra Hammer chest. You can grab it from the front by jumping off, but I'm not going to do that because it's kind of risky. Like that. There we go.
Nice.
Woo! That was good. Very, very good.
Nicely done.
Very, very nicely done.
So you got the max Ultra Hammer. You're done with that?
Yes, I did. There is the Super Hammer too, but we don't end up grabbing that. The entire reason that we need to end up doing Ultra Hammer early now in the first place is because of yet another skip that's going to be happening in Chapter 3. So if you're not aware, there is a portion in the game where, in Chapter 3, where you need to go through all these conditioned fights. I brought this up earlier, but there is a way to completely skip that portion of the chapter by just going into the manager Grubba's office, who is also the boss of the chapter, and declining his offer, which gives you the option to move around in the room, and I will explain that more when I get to it. I was supposed to say yes there. I would have gotten one last text box, but it's okay. All right, so essentially what we were doing right here is Don Pianta is the mafia leader of Rogueport, and he, oh, wait, Charlton. His daughter and I think like one of his lackeys were running off to be together, and he didn't really want that. So he sent us to go get it, and in return, he would give us a blimp ticket to what would be Chapter 3, the Glitzville.
What was the term you used? Lackeys?
Yeah, lackeys.
That's a term.
Yeah, that's a term.
Huh. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Like underling.
Learn something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
So Mega Rush here, I guess compared to Paper Mario 64, it's kind of the equivalent of Speedy Spin.
Yeah,
except
pretty much, I would argue.
Except it's worse.
Yeah, Speedy Spin is what?
75%.
75%, whereas this is way, way worse.
And still somehow manages to not show up sometimes.
Yeah. I think the world record for Speedy Spin's what, like 7 tries?
I think it's
7.
9.
9.
Is it? Yeah, I think Mega Rush is something like 25 or more.
Oh, God.
That's pretty bad.
I think the Speedy Spin record, I think you have better chances of winning the lottery than getting
And I guess
9 Speedy Spins.
it's worth mentioning that every time you have to reload the room, it's about 30 seconds.
Is it 30 seconds? I thought it was like 25.
Okay, let's count.
Yeah, I can do that. Is there no way to feed that, like, the monitor into that? No? Okay. Could you turn it off on the head? Yeah, okay. All right, but
Yep, about 30 seconds.
oh,
Hey,
there we go.
there it
There
is.
it is.
Yeah, so regulars can really kill runs because two, not being there or if you get a third try, you're already wasting a minute.
Yep, exactly.
But that is the only RNG heavy part of the run.
It is. It's really it's probably one of the best parts about this category, just because that's the only RNG equivalent to most things you have to worry about. Where in Hit 64, you have to worry about RNG for a lot of battles, because if you get capped, you're just, you're essentially screwed top levels of that game. Where fights in this game, fortunately, they're pretty consistent. Outside of I think Shadow Queen, where you can get a bad cap, and then that would cause you to be forced into having to use an additional turn, but you would have a life stream there, so it wouldn't really end up mattering. Speaking of which, should I buy a life stream? I don't think I did.
I don't think you did. You're
Okay,
right.
I'll buy one when I'm walking out.
You can check, maybe. Don't soft lock here.
I won't. Fun fact, so if you hold directly down and then jump up on the table, there is a good chance you'll soft lock. If you hold down left and jump, you won't. Because what happens is when Don Pianta is attempting to give you yeah, I didn't buy a life stream. When Don Pianta is attempting to give you the blimp ticket, he gets stuck in his walking animation because he can't actually make it over to where Mario is. All right, since I have Mega Rush, I am just going to go ahead and make my way to Chapter 3 now.
Nice. And guys, just want to mention, we need to get some donations in.
Yeah, where are these donations at?
We need to get some donations in so Justin can stop the ticking. And Mario gets to go on a blimp.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that blimp experience is better than my experience that I had during my flight.
Maybe.
Your flight probably wasn't cheap either.
Mm-mm. Oh, yeah, good point.
No, it was not. A little TLDR, I got really bad flight RNG and I had to get rebooked.
Yeah, Yoshi actually only just made it for the run 10 minutes before we went live.
Yeah. What happened was my first flight got delayed, so I was going to miss my connecting flight because I'm coming all the way over from California.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm here now, and we get to see Justin kill it so far.
Exactly. We're doing good. Gotta love that tick-in. And there is unfortunately no way to skip this cutscene of us entering the chapter. I brought up earlier about the chicken going away, right? So you may wonder why specifically Chapter 4 that you have to enter that makes it go away. Well, it's not technically Chapter 4 that causes it to happen. It's more so the fact that the music when entering Chapter 3, as opposed to most other chapters, just cuts straight to the blimp music. So it doesn't fade away. When you enter Chapter 4, there are triggers for every bit of music to just fade out. There's a call for it, whereas entering Chapter 3, there isn't anything like that. So fortunately, when you enter Chapter 4, that does go away. So right here, we are buying a couple of items. I'm going to buy a Power Punch and 3-point swaps.
I'll remind you have an extra fire flower, I believe.
No, I stored all that stuff.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So the only additional item I should have in my inventory now is just the rappel cape that I picked up from Charlieton.
Shouts to Glitzville being called Oolong Town here.
Yeah, I think Glitzville is a better name, but Longtown on JP of all things.
I think the way you pronounce it in Japanese is like Oolongcha or something.
Probably.
Something like that.
It's got some sort of accent to it.
Yeah, I don't speak Japanese, so I wouldn't know.
I don't either.
But I thought you were just talking about how in the Glitz Pit you can read Japanese.
Well, I can read the conditions. The only reason I can even read the conditions in the first place is because there's enough difference in the text to actually make note of
certain
what.
stuff.
Yeah, to make note of what actually is different.
Yeah, it takes a bit to memorize, but then once you get it.
And there are also notes for it too. So like after a while, after you've started running categories that require going through chapter 3, just kind of you get kind of used to it. All right. So coming up here, like I had said before, we do have a really, really big skip coming up. Like honestly, I think this saves like 40 minutes or more.
It saves a lot of time, and it's not that hard. It's a little tricky, but it's one of those glitches. Well, not even really glitches technically, because it is a glitch.
It is a glitch.
But like the cool thing about it is like it's easy to attempt again.
Yes.
Over and over.
So the glitch coming up, or if you want to call it that, technically that part isn't banned in glitchless. You are able to perform what is bookcase jump to get up on top of that shelf over there in glitchless. The only thing though is that you would have to have performed another glitch before it, being Ultra Hammer early, to actually be able to open up the vent. That's the whole reason that we end up getting the Ultra Hammer at this point of the run, because we need it to be able to open up the vent. Not specifically the Ultra Hammer, I should say the Super Hammer also gives the same effect, but it's very important that we do get the Ultra Hammer just to be sure. So if we decline him, we can walk around in his office and jump up here. This is gonna take me a little bit. There we go.
What are you talking
It's like
about?
fourth try or
Got
something.
it.
That's good.
Nicely done.
Very good. So essentially, there is a sequence trigger, like the same thing before with Chapter 4, or I'm sorry, not Chapter 4, Chapter 2 with the Super Boots. Instead, though, it progressed us much further forward because that sequence point is much later in the chapter. So essentially, the game thinks that we have beaten everything up until this point, which is why now we are at an end chapter state.
Just imagine how cool it would be to just jump to a bookcase and just do like a flip.
I know. The whole reason why that's allowed in glitchless in the first place, like that portion of it, is just because it's just technically a jump. Like the reason why is because the same reasons as Shadow Siren Skip in Chapter 8 for glitchless. It's just a jump.
We only need $5 more and then you can reset.
Oh, true. True.
Let's go.
$5 more and I'll save and reset the console to get rid of the ticking.
Do you believe, BlueBob?
I do believe.
Now I believe even more because he believes.
All right.
Oh yeah, you're at the end of Chapter 3. Let's go.
Yeah, you're darn right I'm at the end of Chapter 3.
And now you get to fight your boss as a boss.
Mm-hmm. You just went Super Saiyan?
Super Saiyan Combat Global? assuming it's a different name here.
Yeah, it's Macho Grubba.
Macho Grubba.
Yeah. All right, so our fight here is to jump on him twice. And I'm going to be using a point swap, like I said earlier, on Goombella, who is going to swap her stats around with the FP.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. The reason why I save before this fight is just in case if I get very unlucky and have like a stage effect drop on me or something.
It happens more often than not to him.
It can happen, which is the problem. So the reason Grubba also just didn't attack us there is because his first attack always is to allow himself to do more than one attack, like per turn. So it's like a status effect for him. But that's a Chapter 3 boss.
The shortest chapter.
Yes, the shortest chapter, which would be the longest chapter in glitchless, is incredibly short with glitchless, thankfully. So I'm pretty sure Minor League is like 22, 24 minutes. And then Major League is like 27, and then plus this fight. So you're saving a lot of time over top of, and that would be with good conditions, I should say. You're saving a lot of time over glitchless by performing this. We're missing a lot of context of these cutscenes here, but basically, TLDR, the announcer, Goomba there, or Goomba, Toad, essentially take a job here to figure out what happened to her younger brother, which used to be the champion of the Glitz Pit. He just like seemingly disappeared. And she got the answers that she wanted.
And you got the crystal star.
I did. That's 3. We get 2 more. We don't get all of them. We only get 2 more.
End of chapter is what that usually says.
$180 so far, though. That's really hype. That's what you like to see. All for charity. Very nice stuff.
Let's go charity.
Good charity. All right, we also have some more glitches coming up after these intermissions as well, which is pretty neat. These intermissions are kind of short. I think it's the first intermission that's kind of long, because there's just a lot of dialogue you have to go through. This one has a little bit of extra stuff you can do with Peach, at least. Like you dress up as an X-Naut, and somehow she shrinks down to fit in an X-Naut suit coming up soon.
That just shows I'm kind of curious what you're going to do for the next glitch, because there's a certain way.
True. That's true. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That is true. I won't spoil it, though, because it's a very hype
It's
glitch.
been a while since I've run this category, so there's different things that I don't remember.
So the quote-unquote glitch that I'm going to be doing coming up is actually in this Peach intermission. It doesn't save or lose any time, and it's only visual. And because it doesn't save or lose any time, it is allowed and glitchless. And it's only in the Japanese version of the game, too, I should mention. But we won't see it for about a good minute to a minute and a half.
You might be sensing a theme. Japanese-only glitches.
Yeah, there are quite a few Japanese-only glitches. Speaking of which, the one that I'm going to be doing after, or at least that method of it that I'll be using, is also Japanese-only. He somehow doesn't see her in the elevator. He's oblivious.
Do you think you could be sneaky like this, BlueBob?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You don't think so?
No, I'm too clumsy.
Are you?
Yeah.
I mean, you did trip over something in our room last night.
I did. And I even said right before tripping over it that I knew it was there.
BlueBob, watch your step. Oh, I know. Trips.
All right, so now we're just dressed up as an X-Naut. No idea how she fit into the suit. I guess you could say the same thing as, like, Metroid with Samus curling up into the ball. I have no idea how she manages to do that, but...
Maybe Peach took off her heels.
Maybe, yeah, you know, her heels are half her height. That makes sense. I get it. But essentially right now, story-wise, Peach dressed up as an X-Naut to try to go talk to Grotus and ask a couple questions, and she's just going to go relay that to Tech. But we do have our small little visual glitch coming up here. As soon as we get Peach back into her normal clothes and start walking through the door, I'm going to hold right, and it's going to cause her to walk through the wall.
Let's go.
There she goes. Just a little visual glitch. It doesn't save or lose any time.
But that's what's so great about it. You can do it, and it doesn't save or lose time.
Exactly.
It would be even better if it saved time.
Yeah, I mean, if it did, then we wouldn't be able to do it in glitchless.
Yeah.
I'm sure they wouldn't allow it, though.
Probably.
That'd be a really stupid reason to have your run invalidated, though.
That's kind of the similar thing with Luigi Skip in Paper Mario.
Yeah, you just accidentally do it.
I mean, it's allowed.
Yeah, I know. It used to not be, though. But even if it was, like, disallowed at one point, they would just tap the time back on for you.
Yeah, I think it has been done accidentally in a couple runs, and it saves like 7 seconds, so they just add 7 seconds to the time.
Shoutouts to J-Cog.
Doesn't surprise me.
J-Cog did it. I remember to run and he freaked out.
Just waited around.
Oh, who's that off to the left? It's Bowser.
It's Luigi.
Oh, I mean, there is green on him, so it could be Luigi.
It's Jack Black.
It's Jack Black. It's Jack Black. Open the gates. Do you yield?
Yep.
No? There you go.
Bowser's such a goof in this game.
I know, right?
You do get to fight him, at least. And he has some of the best boss music in the game.
Yeah, you typically fight them twice, but in this instance, we're only going to fight them once.
I'm going to save here once again, just to be sure. Well, maybe I shouldn't have saved here, but yeah, it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. All right, there is a Shine Sprite that I'm going to be picking up on the outside of Blitzville as well. I think this is the first case that we come across where there is a Shine Sprite here in Blitzville, like in the building, that we end up skipping out on because of Shine Dupes. It would be pretty slow to have to go back for it, but there is one just right on the outside here. And this one specifically, I know a lot of people have told me in my chat that they didn't even know that you could hit the block. There was a block underneath the Shine block here that you could hit. They thought that you had to come back with the Ultra Boots and hit it from the bottom. Because if you aren't aware, the Ultra Boots in this game, they have a like spring effect. So you jump and then you spin the control stick and then Mario just launches in the air. And they thought that's what you had to do. Which, you know, I can see why you would think that, but at the same time, you don't get those for a long time.
Oh, hey, Justin, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
So you think Rock is supposed to be a chicken?
Yep. Yeah, and when I was a novice of running this game, for whatever reason, I could not figure out what kind of bird Rock Hawk was. I said, I don't know what kind of bird he is. He's like a chicken or something.
I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good clip. Very old at this point.
You have a lot of good clips.
I would argue that I do, not to gloat or anything.
It's all about you. This run's all about you, while
It is my run,
simultaneously
after all.
raising money and having a good time.
We do have a glitch coming up here. Teleporter room early. This method of it that I'm going to be using is Japanese exclusive, and it's the version that I prefer doing. But there are a couple of different methods that you can go about doing. This method is going to be using the Flurry Super Slide, which you can also use to get the Ultra Hammer early as well, but I opted out of doing that.
Super Slide, so we're borrowing from Zelda.
Indeed. Messed up. That's okay. It's frame perfect to get the slide off the door, so I will probably mess it up a couple of times. It's to be expected. Not something you want to have happen, obviously, but...
Yeah, that's right. I forgot you do Flurry Super Slide now.
I do. The reason as to why we do it now in this category is... Hold on. Very good.
Nice.
Second try, I will take that.
Nicely done.
That is really hard. You have to do, you have to press X and then A, I think 4 frames later. That didn't work. So the reason why I ended up doing Teleporter Room early now is to not enter Chapter 7, but instead perform another glitch off of this door here to allow myself to get jump storage again. Because you may notice, we don't have Yoshi, and he's kind of required to have to enter Chapter 4 normally, because you have to float across that platform there. But we can just do a super jump and land up on the block here and do another shot.
You gotta be kidding me.
I messed up. That's okay.
But that's so sick. I haven't seen that one.
Have you not?
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, dang. But unfortunately, the pipe is a bit clogged, so we need to come back after entering it once. So that's not the last time you'll see me do the jump storage off the door there. Or maybe it is, I don't know. I'm going to attempt to try to do it off of an email coming up. But there are quite a few different ways that you can get jump storage in this game. From like emails, anything that allows you to like buffer coops into something such as a cutscene like that and cancel Mario's jump at the same time.
Are you going to try the email jump storage coming up?
Yep, I will. I'm going to try it. I'd probably fail it because I'm not the best at it, but it's, you know, I'll try it. We have another Shine Sprite up here as well.
Nice.
And this will be the last time we actually go to the 1,000-year door pedestal until we actually are going to be entering Chapter 8. Because all the other times can be skipped through the use of glitches. Because you can enter Chapter 5 and 6 through the blue pipes. So normally those blue pipes are supposed to be for a shortcut to re-enter those chapters as you've already been to them. But since we have the super boots, and now we also have the ultra hammer, we can break those blocks and hit the switches to be able to enter the chapters through a different route, just entering it backwards, essentially. But yeah, now we're going to be going to Chapter 4, which a lot of people would argue is... It's a toss-up between Chapter 2 and 4 for a lot of people that have least favorite chapters in this game. Chapter 4 has a lot of backtracking. To some, it's probably really bad just because of that, but I think the story and the atmosphere of Chapter 4 just carries it to the point where I still like it, even with there being backtracking.
That sounds a lot like Paper Mario 64. Tons of backtracking, but I like the atmosphere.
You're dang right. Especially Chapter 6 in Paper 64.
Yeah.
I hate that chapter so much.
Yeah, chapter sucks.
Like before I started speedrunning that game for like glitchless, which I haven't even really done that many runs of, I stopped so many casual playthroughs just at Chapter 6, just because it was so boring. All right, we have another jump storage that we can go off of an email here. I was going around the trigger for it, which sometimes just doesn't work.
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, but try to buffer coops into it.
That's right. I thought you were going to trigger the email there.
Yeah, I thought so too.
This trigger is very weird.
Yeah, it is very weird.
Ooh.
That did not work, unfortunately.
Backup strats.
Backup strats. That's okay. I already did TRE, so I'll just be able to get jump storage off of the door there again. But that would have saved me a little time if I was able to get that.
Do you mind if I explain the infamous way that we used to get into Chapter 4 before?
Go right ahead. You can feel free to do that.
So, we used to do a frame-perfect, basically blind jump known as double jump, where you basically start a battle with one of the Spanias as Mario's jumping, and then you have to hit a frame-perfect jump after you run away from the bow to just barely clip on the ledge.
Yep. And it's blind.
It's
because you're hitting A to jump as the game is about to fade in. So you can't see anything.
There are ways to kind of get it a little more consistent. What runners used to do is they would have a metronome set at 140 BPM, and they would like time it with the runaway, and then jump on a specific beat. And that's actually what I used to do, and I was pretty good at doing that. But the jump storage, or the super jump, just makes it so much easier.
It does. It's
just like that.
Way comfier. It's actually slower though. I think it's like about a minute and a half to 2 minutes slower, but it's way more. It's way better. It's just way better.
I believe if you do the other version of Ultra Hammer early and you use that jump storage for Yoshi Skip as what it's called, and then you get the email and you do that there, then it's actually a little faster.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, but
well, that's comfy at least.
Yeah, that's comfy. But the more consistent way is doing TRE like you just did and having that consistent right there. Mm. So if you miss it, you could just do TRE and do that there.
Correct.
Also, I want to point out something that Artie once pointed out when I was doing a run of this game. Notice how the pigs are 3D.
Yes. The pigs are in 3D. They're very reminiscent of the little oinks from Pape 64. Also, Mario might walk through the pig here. If we get to see it. Yep, he's walking through. It doesn't check for the pig there because they can just move around kind of randomly. So like his path pattern is the same every time. All right, but this is the mayor of Chapter 4 here, and the gimmick of this chapter essentially is that all these pigs that are just in town used to be people, and there's somebody ringing a bell at Creepy Steeple, which is a very distant tower off in the Twilight Trail, and every time the bell tolls, somebody turns into a pig.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah,
right?
Have you ever turned into a pig?
Not yet. Not yet.
It's very unfortunate. So right now we just need to go around and hit a couple of flags. Talking to the guy at the gate, essentially he tells us, no, screw off, I'm not going to let anybody past here. and we do need to talk with him, even though the mayor gave us permission to actually go through the gate, I'm pretty sure. We need to go back and talk with the mayor once more after talking with the shopkeeper there, who also had her husband turned into a pig. And right here, we hear another, the bell tolling once more.
Am I a pig?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
Oh, no.
Okay, good.
But the mayor is,
Oh.
so that's very unfortunate.
I'm glad it's not me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the guy we needed to talk to turned into a pig, so what are we going to do now?
Oink at him.
Let's just have the gatekeeper.
Oh, well, I mean, the bell toll once more. Could it be? Oh, yep,
I can't
the
believe
gatekeeper.
you got so lucky.
I know, right? So there is actually another jump storage that you could get off of that cutscene there, which would allow you to clip through the, well, I guess it wouldn't be a clip, but you would just super jump into the ceiling, or into the roof of the storage room, which is what this key is right here that we're grabbing. It doesn't really save that much time, and the setup for it is a little weird, so which is why I'm opting out of doing it, but it does save a little bit of time. But the only downside to it, though, is that if you decide to enter the storage room from the backside like that, you are in the room blind. Like, you can't see anything. So you don't know, like, where the big chest is. You can, like, feel around for it. You can figure out where the walls are and then associate that with where the chest could possibly be, because I'm pretty sure it's sitting, like, in the dead center of the room. But it's a little annoying to have to deal with. But here I'm going to grab every single item. And we're going to be opening up, once again, another cursed chest.
Fell for it again.
I just realized we have $280 right now, but the ticking already stopped, so...
It did. Oh, that's really hype. 280.
Let's
We
go.
like to see. Nice stuff.
Thank you for the donations.
Yeah,
Keep 'em
we're
coming.
getting close to 300. I wonder if we could get to that before the end of my run.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
All right, but this is our third paper curse of the 4 that are required for the category. This one allows us to hold down the R button and then spin the control stick to turn into like a paper tube, which can be used to like get yourself stuck under gaps and such. Or I guess not stuck, but like go under gaps. And I am purposefully putting myself into tube mode right now because it's actually a little bit faster than doing speed swaps. You don't want to do it all the time, obviously, just because the animation is really slow. But specifically in this area here with this really long hallway, I am going to want to use tube mode. And while I'm like in tube mode, it doesn't play the animation of the partner like popping out because they're all just wrapped up into Mario right now.
Yeah, it's very useful.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
This room is scary.
Yeah, this room right here can be a little finicky because of the crazy daisies that are roaming around. This is one of the reasons why I actually really like this chapter a lot for speedrunning, because it's a lot harder than it looks to dodge these. It really is. The pathway is really narrow, so
You like
if you're
that
able
aspect?
to dodge around them by jumping like that, it's more impressive than you'd think it would be. I know somebody that had played the game casually for the first time that's actually watched my stream before they played the game, and they were kind of underestimated by how hard it was to dodge those.
Yeah, it's a narrow room.
Yeah, it's very narrow.
And later you're not going to have Flurry to help out.
Exactly. You do end up losing all of your partners, which is, something that you may think of. You don't have Yoshi, and he's required for the category. Well, at the end of the chapter, you actually get all of your partners that you're supposed to have up to this point. So if there was forever a reason, a way for you to skip any of the other partners besides Yoshi, you would get them by the end of this chapter. Because the game doesn't check to see whether you have them or not, because there isn't any reason for that. Like, the developers never thought that you'd be able to end up skipping them anyways. There isn't a check to be like, oh, hey, he never had Yoshi, so we shouldn't give them to him. No, there's no point of them to have like an additional check to that, because without glitches, there's no way for you to skip him.
I think the interesting thing, though, is if you get, like, the other partners, like Bobbery, Mouse, or Vivian, before this point, you don't actually get them taken away.
No, you do not. There is not a check for them to leave your party, which is funny because in 100%, there is a skip called Vivian Skip, And when you do that, you do lose all of your partners except for Bobbery, because you have him at this point because of how 100% is routed. So you enter Chapter 4 while having an additional partner you're not supposed to have at this point. All right, BlueBob, how many boos do you think are going to pop out of this?
All right, count. All right, it's either 50, 100, or 200. What do you think?
I'm going to say 50.
It was not 50.
Oh, I just picked what you picked.
If you get it correct, you get an Ultra Shroom. Which
Okay.
It's 200 that pop out of there.
That was what I counted initially, but I second-guessed myself.
Man, I hate doing that. I did that all the time when I was in high school. I always second-guess myself and I get the wrong answer because I just erased it and put in the new one.
Do you still second-guess yourself?
Sometimes I do, but I don't take any more tests, so I don't have to worry about grades anymore.
Let's go.
All right, this part right here is a little easy to dodge. The swoopers, I don't really have to worry about them. But yeah.
This is a little thing, but it's like that's really satisfying is if you use
Sideways
coops.
Mario.
Nice. If you use coops at like the exact amount of distance of hitting something, he'll actually come out of his shell right there instead of launching straight up in the air in his shell.
Oh, really? I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, like at least I know he does that for like you could even test it right now. Like go a little closer than what you usually do, and I think he might launch up.
You said closer?
Yeah, go like a little closer, and I don't think he'll. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's only when. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's only when you're turned around, like in Hooktail Castle, like the switch.
That swooper might touch me.
Uh-oh. It's my fault. I told you to go closer.
Okay,
By my mistake. It's when you launch him forward, you hold him, and then you launch him back. If it's the exact amount of distance, then he'll just come out of his shell there instead of shooting straight up.
All right.
Do you want to save?
I'll be okay. I have the live stream. I'm not worried about it. Be sure to swap to Goombella, though. Can't forget that. Before I hit the spring here.
Hey, Justin.
Yes.
Swap the Goombella.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I remembered.
Let's
Thank
go.
you. Thank you, BlueBob.
Yeah, thank you,
no
Bob.
problem. My pleasure. Happy to help.
All right, this is Dupliss. He is the only Duplighost in this game, where Pape 64 has a whole bunch of them.
Too many.
Yeah, too many.
What are you talking about? His name's question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Oh, true. Yeah, the whole gimmick of this chapter, once you have defeated Dupliss, what you want to end up doing is, what am I trying to say? You have to figure out what his name is.
I believe his Japanese name is Rumble.
Yeah, it is Rumple. But in English, it's Dupliss.
Yeah, so we just know him as Dupliss. And the cool thing is, since we have Goombella in peril, he's able to take him out very quickly.
Mm-hmm. So that part of the fight right there, he actually did a body swap with Mario. That's my canon behind it, at least. So, like, I know it's kind of like, oh, hey, when did, like, the swap actually happen between Mario and Dupliss there? But I'm pretty sure, like, what they were going with was that, like, you swap between Mario and Dupliss in the fight there, and then you're just playing as Dupliss. That's my idea behind it, at least, because it wouldn't really make much sense if it was like during a loading transition. But this is not the end of the chapter. Like I said, Mario and Dupliss did a little bit of a body swap there, so his partners go along with him.
Did anyone else get super confused when casually playing this game on why nothing was happening?
I've never gotten confused while playing this game as a kid. Never. Nope, never happened. I didn't get stuck in the first 2 chapters and trying to figure out how to get to chapter 3. No, I would never do that. That never happened to me as a kid.
Me neither.
Oh, it doesn't happen to you as a kid. It happens to you now.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, go on, Yoshi, sorry.
Oh, just the fact that, like, you have to actually input A.
Yeah, because he's just sitting on the ground there face down.
Yeah, I remember being so confused. I was like, what's going on? And I just started pressing buttons and something happened.
Mm-hmm. But I neglected to mention this before we entered Chapter 4, but the whole reason why the pipe, when I entered it the first time, didn't end up working, it wasn't clogged. Ooh, that was a little close. The pipe doesn't actually let you through it unless if you have some sort of like identification. So it's canon that Mario doesn't carry an ID. So Darkly, the little Twilight guy that was behind Frankly's house, wrote our names on us and his partners. So we can't actually leave the chapter anymore because since we had a body swap, we're stuck here because our name isn't written on us anymore.
Nicely dodged.
Thank you, thank you. Once again, I am going to be entering 2 code here because it is a little bit faster. Dodging enemies here can also be a little tricky while in tube mode.
Less maneuverability.
Nice.
That was good.
Nice jump.
Thank you. It was better than you could do, BlueBob.
Most likely, yes.
I don't know, you'll have to prove him wrong in 64.
True. All right, but the whole gimmick here is that he's sticking around because he's essentially, oh wait, what am I doing? I can't enter his name. The whole gimmick here is that you need to figure out what his name is, but you can't enter it yet because, funnily enough, he actually took away a character like inside of your like text prompt field there. So even if you wanted to actually enter his name, you couldn't because you're missing a character. So you have to go back to Creepy Staple after you get your next partner to actually go find the character, which is really funny. They didn't really do a good job with like localizing that on the US and PAL versions of the game, at least in English, because his name is Dupliss, and what the hell am I doing? This is, I was looking for the star piece, and that wasn't even the right bush. Anyways, his name doesn't really translate well to the same degree because the character that's missing in Japanese, I'm pretty sure is unique, and there isn't like an alternative to that. Where on at least the English version, his English name is Dupliss, and they only take away the lowercase p. So you still have the uppercase one. So you, in theory, could still spell his name, but it would just be with an uppercase. So it's not like it's incorrect. It's still his name, but it didn't translate very well.
I tried that and it didn't work.
Also, big thank you to Boat Van, who just donated $200. Thank you.
Whoa, that's awesome. Yeah, let's get a round of applause for that.
Nice, $20 more until 500.
Yeah. Little fun fact, on the Japanese version of the game here, you can actually soft lock if you open up the pause menu during that intermission. It is the only intermission in the game that you're actually able to just open up. I did just make a YouTube video on that too, but to give a little bit of context as to why that happens, when Vivian pulls you into the shadows, that messes with some sort of address in the code that prevents Mario from being able to pause during that part, and it detects that, it has something change, which allows him to be able to pause, and once the cutscene concludes, it no longer allows the cutscene, or it doesn't allow it to progress afterwards. It just stays in cutscene mode. All right, but we need to run away from him one more time, which is right here. And then once we go get the character, we'll come back here once more. This is, like I said, why a lot of people don't really like this chapter, because there's a lot of backtracking in it. Yeah, but I feel like a way that they could have circumvented that was at least by getting rid of one of the backtracking moments. Once you figure out his name, it like weakens his power, I guess, instead of just outright giving you your body back. So instead, I feel like what they could have done is, you notice how Dupliss, acting as Mario, just pops out of like the background there, right? What if they made it so like he jumps back in there and you follow him, and that just takes you to Creepy Staple instead? Like, that could have gotten rid of a bit of backtracking here, and it would have been like a really neat one-time thing to do.
I don't know if you brought this up yet, but you may have noticed that Justin paused when going into paper mode. That cuts off the animation.
Yes.
So he's able to avoid that daisy
Yes.
a lot better.
So yeah, like what Yoshi had said, when you press the R button to go into the paper mode, same thing happens when you unpause and like let go of the button. There's a bit of an animation when holding down the R button for him to like start spinning up, but if you pause, it just skips through the animation. So you don't need to worry about it, so you can just immediately just start walking through the crack and have a little bit of extra time. Also, this room may seem a little scary with all the enemies in it, but if you just do like that movement that I just did right there, walking to the top of the room, then walking down, it just skips them.
If you just do that.
Yeah, you can just do that. All right, but the whole reason why we needed Vivian was because we needed to get past the gate there. There actually is a way to skip past that wall using like a clip or jump storage, but the jump storage method is only doable in the 100% category because you have Yoshi at this point, so you're able to keep him by performing another glitch called Vivian Skip, and then you end up getting her at the end of the chapter because the game just gives her to you.
Which, by the way, Justin does also do 100% from time to time.
I do. 100%. It can be a lot of fun.
Justin went on a big 100% grind when he was trying to get partner, and it paid off.
I did. It did work out.
It worked out very well.
People like 100%.
It's a comfy run. It's what, 8 hours roughly?
Yeah, about so. More like 7.5 now because of development with it, but
It's funny, Justin. You kind of seeing your run with the new route has made me want to do 100% again.
you should. I mean, the current route's a lot better, and I think there's less RNG in it.
Yeah, you and Sway.
Overall, you need to grind for less experience, I'm pretty sure, because of the way it's routed, which is pretty cool. Well, obviously, you still need the same amount of experience by the end of the run, but yeah. Ooh, just barely hugged the wall there. Unfortunate. And
Hey,
wow, all
amazing
right. So that's kind of funny. So in 100% of this game, you need to grind for those golden amazy daisies there, and it is completely RNG whether or not you end up getting one. And on that one that I encountered specifically, it's a 1 in 7 chance.
Yes, it's about 14% or so. So it's like about 14% chance that you get it there.
Yeah, I guess I don't know
I just did the math.
Convert that.
Yoshi's math's been spot on all run, so I'm going to trust that.
Well, the Charlatan was actually someone in the chat that pointed out, but
Okay.
yeah, with the other daisies for whatever reason it's 10%, but with that one it's like
Yeah.
14%.
Odd.
We get to see a little bit of Japanese memorization here, memorizing characters, because as you can see, Justin is going to spell the name. Not like that. There we go.
Yeah, that was the wrong one. What? You figured out my name? Even after I broke the fourth wall and dug into your character list somehow?
Speaking of name, I realize I've been calling you Justin this entire time instead of Monado.
That's okay. I mean, I said it at the beginning of the run.
That is true.
Anybody could choose to call me Monado or Justin. I'm fine with either or.
Yeah. Just like how BlueBob's real name is Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Bob over there.
Yeah, bad name in retrospect. My name's Chris.
And my real name is Yoshima. I don't know. That is not my real name. Nice, that was like a frame perfect pause.
It was, that was good. All right, that's the last time we need to do some backtracking here, thankfully.
Only one encounter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we still got one more.
Very good.
Mara's even saying woo. He's so happy he avoided all the...
Woohoo.
Woohoo.
Good timing, Justin.
Yeah, I know, perfect timing on that. I didn't stand up out of my chair, though.
Here, I'll do it for you.
They can't see you, though.
Woohoo. Just imagine that I stood up out of my chair. You saw me at the beginning of the stream.
I did. That's true.
Oh,
Or
gosh.
unless you mean the... Okay, I know what you're saying. All right, but now we're going up to fight Dupliss one last time.
One more?
Yes, one more. The one last time. I hope you guys liked Chapter 4 as much as I did.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, this is, I think I said after Chapter 3 the run picks up, but I think it's actually after Chapter 4. This is where the run's going to start.
I like Chapter 3 and 4 quite a lot. Because Chapter 3 is really short, and there's a lot of really cool glitches.
I guess what I mean by picking up is a lot of stuff happens quickly. Cause
Guys, the run's finally picking up 2.5 hours in. Trust me, it's really fun to do. Memes aside, this actually is a pretty fun run to do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I do like running this game quite a lot. Because it's a different type of experience than like a traditional like Mario platformer. It's a good mix between RPG and platformer, which is what I like a lot about it.
It's kind of laid back, too.
It is. Like, there are a lot of laid back parts. Obviously, you have like your glitches that are really hard to do. Like, I'm not gonna understate that. There are a lot of really hard glitches in this game. This game runs at 60 FPS, and there are frame perfect stuff all over the place. So
even
you have a 1 in
bouncing.
60th second to hit the high, or the, you know what I'm trying to say. Go on, what were you saying, Yoshi?
Oh, I was just saying, even power bouncing is hard because
Yeah.
we mentioned it a little earlier. So the first bounce starts at 7, they go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and getting 9 bounces is frame perfect. So that's why I always call Hooktail the hardest boss in the run, because it's frame perfect.
After a while, it is.
A little bit of downtime in a speedrun never hurts anyways.
Oh,
Lets you
no,
prepare for the
definitely
hard
not.
parts.
Yeah,
if
like-
there was a couple more carpet rides in Super Mario 64, I wouldn't be against that.
Yeah, I mean, I was
You
about to
telling
say
me you're not doing carpetless? What?
Maybe.
In an RTA run, someone doing carpetless? Whoa.
the only downtime for you is really the intro and the carpet.
Yep, pretty much.
Carpet's only in 120, so
Yeah, that's right.
You got a star.
I did. I got the Ruby Star.
Yo,
And that's Chapter 4 complete.
Another Pokemon
that's my
game?
favorite star, fun fact.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever noticed, like, my Yoshi character that has the star, like a star necklace.
I think my favorite was probably the Sapphire one. I really like the blue it has a lot. We don't get to see it, though.
Well, I mean, we kind of will when all the crystal stars open the 1,000-year
Oh,
door.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, all the stars that we end up obtaining.
But I just want to say to the stream, hope everyone is enjoying this run so far, because it's very fun. It's very fun. And Justin's killing it.
You're dang right I'm killing
You're
it.
dang right.
You are darn tootin', my good friend Yoshi _Zilla. I do be killing this run. Isn't that right, BlueBob?
Couldn't agree more.
You're darn.
You're doing better than I could do.
Oh, I guess something completely random that we didn't mention about Japanese and English, or just US in general. Text webcam is blue in every other version.
Yes, it is. So when localizing the game, obviously this isn't confirmed or anything, but on the Japanese version of the game, it kind of resembles the computer from the Space Odyssey. And I would assume that they probably ended up changing it because they didn't want to have like a copyright strike of any sort happen, which is totally understandable. It's really funny though how just like something as simple as changing it to a different color prevented that from happening.
And right there, Justin took, basically Tech asks a bunch of questions.
Yes.
And Peach has to get them correct. If you get them wrong,
You just have to restart it.
Yeah, you just have to restart it.
It's not that bad. I've definitely had moments where I'm just not really focusing and just mash through the first one, and I'm like, oh wait, I have to focus on this.
Or a double input.
Yeah, or a double input. That worked. That happens too. That was still so unfortunate with the tutorial earlier in the run.
You're making me dread Super Paper Mario, because that game is the king of double inputs.
Yes, that D-pad. I'm really shocked that happened though. That must have had snapback or something. That's the only thing that I could really think of with that.
It's okay, you're gonna kill it. I keep saying that.
That's okay. It's almost like I'm doing better than BlueBob would.
Almost.
Oh, almost. Okay.
All right, there we go. Rules of 3. We used it 3 times.
All right, we have another Bowser intermission here. Essentially, what his plan is to try to fly up to Glitzville. We missed this because we skipped Chapter 3, but there is a Bowser fight in Chapter 3 where he flies up there and you fight him, and then he ends up leaving.
And he goes back for whatever reason, like he tries to go back.
Yeah, now he's trying to go back in his clown car, but he runs out of fuel and he plummets down into the ocean. Little running joke that I always, or I guess a little running mini game that I always do at this part of the game is put your guesses in for what part or what time I'll end up getting at the end of it.
I forget what's the best time.
154 is the best. Anything under is worse. And you
153.
would get a free congratulations if you were in my stream.
Let me guess 153.
I'm going to say 154. I have faith.
You have faith? Oh, that'll be 154.
BlueBob
Let's
had
go.
his faith. Congratulations, BlueBob.
Thank you so much.
go.
You're
I got
welcome.
that for free.
You got it for free, you're right.
Very nice.
It'll be paid next time.
I'll have to save up.
So how do you feel about this moment that you guessed it correctly?
Probably the greatest moment of my speedrunning career thus far.
Oh,
He's probably feeling very woohoo about it.
Yes, exactly.
woohoo.
Woohoo.
I do feel very woohoo.
And we can see that Cammy decided to just take the blimp, and she went and had a fun time at Glitzville.
Dang, someone in the chat guessed a 105. Oh my gosh.
That's such a bad time. You have no faith in me at all. I'd have to just sit in the water and let Bowser drown for a little bit for something like that.
There were 3 people that also guessed 154.
Well, thank you.
Actually, there were only 2 people. Someone put their guess. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Congratulations.
Well, you guys get some congratulations too. Not only from me, but from BlueBob too.
Hey, I didn't call anyone out. I didn't use their name. Someone's saying I called out someone. I didn't use their name.
No, but I hope everybody watching is having a good time. I feel like this has been a pretty good showcase so far. Now that I say that, I'm going to start messing some stuff up, but I'm having a good time. My nerves are at an all-time low. Marathon runs typically get my nerves up high, but you know, it's understandable. A bigger audience.
Are the speakers helping?
Yeah, they are helping a bit. Obviously, I would much prefer it if it was on the headphones if possible, but you know, it would be delayed, so I'm not going to be too upset about it. Audio issues happen, and the team is doing a great job putting this marathon together. They're working overtime for it, so I'm not going to be mad at them for having some issues. All right, but this you may recognize as Far Outpost. This is usually supposed to be Chapter 7. We're only entering here specifically to get... Really? Okay, encounter.
Wow.
I'm only entering this area just so I can get a Shine Sprite, or 2, I guess.
This is a dupe.
Yeah, there's a dupe, and then there's the other block behind the tree. But, well, okay, that's a bit of a lie. There are 2 reasons we come here. We come here for the Shine Sprites, and then we come here for a badge, which is going to be used on Shadow Queen.
That's right.
All right. Shine dupe number 3. Good.
Nice.
All right, gotten 2 or 3 so far, so that's good.
Yeah, something to mention about those shine dupes is he needs to make sure that he actually is holding the direction of the shine because he needs to actually grab it.
Yeah, I need to walk into it. So you saw how it was like placed next to Mario, because that's where like Koops was after I had like hit the shine block, and I needed to walk into it, or else it would just despawn. It's kind of odd. I'm not exactly sure like what makes it work the way it does. There are smarter people that would be able to tell you that, but I'm not one of those people. I just run the game. I don't know the inner workings as much as a lot of other people have dedicated their time to, which is okay. You know, everybody finds their own things to be fun.
Yeah, everyone
That
has
is
their
just
own
not what I
roles.
enjoy doing.
Everyone has their own roles. Malio found all the glitches in the game.
Yeah, you found every single one of them.
Every single
No
glitch.
discredit to anybody else, only he found them.
There's a running joke in the community that Malio, who is a frequent tasser of the game,
Yeah, he makes a lot of tasks in this game.
he
Can't understate his work.
people think that he's the one that finds all the glitches, but no.
He is actually working on 100% tasks right now, so I would definitely check that out if you haven't. He's live with it pretty frequently toward the nighttime. in the T2ID directory. So if you're curious about that, I would take a look every once in a while. But yeah, like I said before, we can use these blue pipes to start entering chapter 5 and 6 out of order, and also earlier than intended. So usually what we would end up doing is putting the star up on the pedestal and then going to chapter 5, but this is actually chapter 6. Thing is that we're in the destination of the train. Like, the train is supposed to get here, right? Well, so there is a one-time flag on the train. When you enter it the first time, the game realizes that, oh, hey, this is your first time entering the train, so you must be coming from Rogueport. So now the train is supposedly starting at Rogueport, so we're not in Poshley anymore. We're not in Kansas anymore.
Nice one.
Yeah, that was very unintended, but, you know, we're gonna make some jokes here. Anyways, chapter 6 is pretty calming. There aren't really, like, any glitches that I can think of that you do in this chapter. I might be missing, may just be misthinking, but I can't think of any. Remind me to buy a boot sheet, by the way, because I didn't get the one from Charlieton, and I want to have that as a backup.
All right, I will remind you.
Remind me when I come out of the left door again, because that would be probably the fastest time to grab that.
Yeah. I guess something real quickly to mention. So, since Yoshi was given to him by default, the name defaults to Chibi Yoshi.
Oh, does it actually?
And,
I didn't know that.
And it defaults to green because how basically the Yoshi color works is it's based on the amount of time that you have them from when you get the egg.
Yes.
And 0 to 6 minutes is the first.
Yes.
So it ended up being you had him for 0 minutes, so he's green.
Essentially, to add to what Yoshi had said there, there's a lot of misconception on how, like, the Yoshi is given to you. I think it's just random. When instead, if you grab the Yoshi egg through normal means in chapter 3, there's a hidden timer that starts.
Get the blue sheet.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. I'll do that right now. But yeah, there's a hidden timer. Oh, my inventory is full. That's not good. I have to get rid of something.
The repel K, probably.
Yeah.
I would have done the same thing.
Anyways, as I was saying about the Yoshi color, there's a hidden timer that starts as soon as you grab it, and like Yoshi said, 0 to 6 minutes, and that timer is green. Oops, hop on him there. But after, like, every 20-minute interval, it resets back to green. And sometime in between all of those, there are different colors. But yeah, that's how it works. It's not like name your file a certain color, you'll get a certain color. It doesn't work like that.
I'm sorry for the constant mic smacks.
It's okay. I only hate you forever now. Get off commentary.
Get off commentary. All right.
I'll
Good
put
luck,
both
BlueBob.
headsets on.
All right. Good luck, BlueBob.
But all right, so the gimmick of chapter, almost said 7, chapter 6 is to go through and solve the problems of some people. You're essentially being a detective and trying to figure out what people are either missing or, in this case, the little kid, his parents are arguing, trying to figure out what he wants for his birthday, or what to get him for his birthday, when in all reality, he really likes trains a lot. So he just wants an autograph from the engineer.
Wouldn't you like an autograph from the engineer?
Sure. It's kind of a cool looking toad. So he writes him an autograph, and then we end up bringing that back to his room. And I know that this is, like, very simple, but I really, really enjoy, like, the little yellow hue that they put over the game here to indicate that it's evening. It's so simple, but it's just, like, it adds a lot of atmosphere, especially to, like, a game like this where, like, older, like, GameCube games, you wouldn't really think that they'd do even something like that for a level of detail. But yeah, we got the autograph, so we're just going to go ahead and bring this back to him. And he actually gives us a shine sprite.
Too bad we couldn't dupe it. Too bad we couldn't dupe it.
Yeah.
Give him
Yeah,
two
how dare you not
autographs.
give us 2 of them? I'm pretty sure that shine sprite right there is probably the reason why shine sprites that shoot out of the block actually give you an additional one. Because that's the only time you ever come across where you just get handed one.
Yeah. So like I mentioned before, there's not really many things to do in Chapter 6. Like, you kind of have to do everything as intended.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. This is also one of the only times where Vivian is going to be getting a use. Vivian does not have a lot of outside battle use, and since Mario pretty much primarily takes over battles after a certain point in the game, after like Chapter 1 and 2, or I guess Goombella had a little use in 3 and 4, Vivian doesn't really get a lot of use, unfortunately. Which is funny, because this is the category where we do upgrade all of our partners to their highest rank, so you would imagine that I would end up using some of their abilities, but no, I don't. It's just the category requirement. Which, by the way, we will have like 3 minutes of just upgrading partners that we can just talk about whatever we want. Also, foods crates. Look at all, I love foods.
You
See
gonna
these
read
boxes? They're foods.
You gonna read that book?
No. No, I am not.
Good answer. So basically, that's the diary that the ghosts want you to find.
Yes.
And they basically are telling you, don't you dare read it. If you try to read it, it will ask you like 3 times, are you really sure? Before giving you a game over.
Yes, if you try to read it, he comes over and tries to kill you. It's funny too, because if you read it like while he's here in the room with you, he'll just like come over to where you were at instead of like teleporting to where you are. And he's going off to heaven. Bye bye.
Bye.
Say bye. Ah, just kidding. His dialogue on the in English there, he says, I really enjoy the room. The wallpaper is really nice. So he sticks around because of wallpaper.
Understandable.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty nice looking train. It's very fancy.
I mean, do you guys have a nice hotel room with walls?
There are walls, yeah.
Yeah, there are walls. There isn't wallpaper, though.
Dang.
I don't want your mushroom.
Oh, no, the double mushroom.
I don't want your gift. God, that's so mean. I think about that whenever I have a full inventory there. He just, you just give him the blanket back, and then he is just like, oh, thank you so much, Mario. Here, have this mushroom. And then you just throw it back at him because your inventory is full.
Room 005.
And we do have another shine dupe here.
It's the same buttons I pressed on the vending machine right before the run started.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh, you got me this water. Thank you.
I did.
Oh, well, yeah, I know you did. But
005 water.
005?
yeah, I thought at first when he brought me this water, I thought he got me a bottle of Dasani, and I was like, really? But no, I noticed it was Aquafina.
Yeah, I wouldn't dare do that.
005 is a number.
It is certainly a number.
Yoshi with the map again.
Once again, Yoshi, coming back at us with the math lessons.
I was trying to think of somewhere to go with that, but nope.
All right, once again, day 2 here. We have another detective mystery objective. The rat dude here had his briefcase stolen, and we need to figure out who stole it. BlueBob, who do you think stole it?
I think it was Yoshi.
Yoshi as in our partner, or Yoshi as in Zilla?
Both.
Of course.
Teamed up.
Yep, I got this right here. Is this the briefcase?
Of course.
Yep, it's actually pretty heavy.
Knew it. Yet again, another reason to kick Yoshi off of commentary.
Yeah,
For
man.
stealing.
For stealing? I would steal no one besides your heart.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but I'm already taken.
Good. I'm not like. Don't worry, Justin. You're cool, but I'm not. Your skills aren't that
Not as
attractive
good,
to me.
huh? Okay.
So what are you doing now, Justin?
So I picked up the piece of paper that was in room 1, which is part of the documents that the rat dude lost. So bring it back to Pennington, who's the penguin dude detective here. Which, by the way, we're a way better detective than him because he can't even figure out that we're not Mario. He thinks we're Luigi.
Common misconception.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you see, like, you know, there was someone that, you know, was reacting to the Mario trailer and they said, Luigi.
I know exactly what you're talking about. All right. Who do you think it is, BlueBob? Oh, well, you said Yoshi. Never mind. So once we go into the shadows here, it's going to pop him out because he's going to think that we ended up leaving. But it was Zip-Toad all along.
I was innocent.
That was probably your second guess, though, wasn't it, BlueBob?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They looked a little sus.
Sorry.
I have a friend who says sus all the time.
That was my first time and probably my last as well.
Among Us speedruns? Load her up. Yes, honey. My system clock is wrong. I know. Supernova, if you're watching, I saw it. I can't help it. Okay, so funny story. One of my mods on my stream, Supernova, whenever he's in my stream, he always notices that my timer is wrong, like on the clock there. So there's actually a giant clock on top of the station here, Riverside Station, which is where we need to end up entering. And it is actually tracked by the real time on your GameCube or Wii. And
Really?
Yes, it is. And whenever that would pop up there, he would always say, your system clock is wrong. Well, I took the time the other day to actually change the dang thing. And I guess the battery to actually like detect if the time is correct died because I changed it, and then it was still wrong by the time I started streaming. And I explained that to him, and I was like, "Oh, are you serious, man? I changed it just so you would shut up."
Called out.
I really did call him out. Anyways, this is Riverside Station. So the whole reason that we came here in the first place was because the drawbridge to allow us to actually progress to Poshley Heights was lifted somehow. So we need to delve into Riverside Station to lower the drawbridge so we can actually pass. But the station is overrun by monsters because it hasn't been touched in a really long time. That the platform segment that I did there in that little cog part there, the cycles on that are weird. So if I ever mess up, like if I ever fall down off of it, it's better to just reload the room because I don't know any cycle after that, and I'm pretty sure it's not random, but it's like really hard to know, especially if you don't do any of the other cycles. It's hard to fall down too, so it's like once in a blue moon when it actually happens. All right, coming up here, we actually have a use for Flurry again. There's some posters on the wall here, and
Here
for
comes
whatever
the
reason,
lag.
for whatever reason, when you use Flurry here, the game chugs. Like, it lags really badly. You might not be able to really tell on the restream, but just look at how slow the paper is, like, flying away. And then look at Mario moving. It's really laggy there for some reason. Couldn't really tell you why.
It is indeed pretty laggy.
It is. Who knew? Pieces of paper make it really laggy. All right, that's another badge that we're picking up. We're actually going to be using that one. Any badges that we pick up from this point on are going to be useful to us. That was P up, D down. So what that does is it ups our power by 1, but it lowers our defense by 1. So for Mario to be a glass cannon, it's still very useful because, we're not going to be taking damage. Hopefully we won't be.
Not Goombas.
Oh man, Goombas. These are really difficult enemies at this part of the game. I still think that these Goombas were a placeholder enemy and they just forgot to change them. Because there's no way, I just feel like there's no reason why they should have had Goombas here. I think that they were just like testing the puzzle and then just never changed it back.
I agree. Thanks for the observation, BlueBob.
What did BlueBob say?
Oh, he said that it was, it was probably, a testing, and they forgot to change it.
Is BlueBob talking?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
That was all Yoshi.
I was about to say, I can't hear you. All right, really hard puzzle here. You hit the switches for the number it tells you to.
There was one person I remember that could not solve this.
How? It just tells you. It says the number that you have to hit.
I'll tell you after the run.
All right, that's another shine spray. Can't dupe that one, unfortunately, because we can't get up on top of it. But we have upgraded our boots for the second and last time. So now we have the Ultra Hammer, we have the Ultra Boots, we have 3 of the Paper Curses, we need all 4, and we're still getting shine sprays.
I guess something we never mentioned. You did chapter 6 before chapter 5.
Oh, I did bring that up.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. It's a little bit faster to do chapter 6 before for 2 reasons. I'll get into that in a moment after I swap my badges around a bit. That was a little bit of bad menuing, but it's okay. Essentially what you do is, since you have the Ultra Boots are actually used for a glitch, which pertains to getting tech storage, which I can use to bypass a loading zone. And also the Ultra Boots are just a little bit more powerful, so the Chapter 5 boss goes down a little bit easier because of that. And we do also have another Shine Dupe coming up in the next room, and I would argue this is probably the most tedious one to have to deal with because there are enemies here, so we need to just kind of like lure them out of the way a bit. Specifically the rightmost Puff. So this guy right here, we need to make sure he's off to the left side. There we go.
Nice.
Oops.
What was that? 3 out of 4?
I think 3 out of 4. Oh, no. 4 or 5. 4 or 5. The one on the train.
Dredge room.
I'm getting rid of the light stream. The dredge room I'm going to be using in the Grotto.
Oh, that's right.
So that extra light stream that I bought was only really for safety. I should only need the one for the rest of their own.
Oh, you bought 2 live streams?
No, I picked the one up in chapter 4.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Man,
So I know that looked
nothing
weird to toss the life stream instead of the dredge room, but there is a portion in chapter 5 when I'm going to want to still remain in at least close to peril, but I don't want to be in peril because it's very dangerous to be that low on HP.
Time to hammer a lot.
Yeah, I know. All right, so these little guys are the ones that managed to draw out the bridge. I don't know if this is true or not, but I've always heard talk about Beldum, one of the Shadow Sirens, making them. And I don't know if this for sure, but if she's in the room underneath the floor, maybe I could see that. But there's always speculation that she did it, which I could see, and it was just cut. But that brings up a good point that I'm going to be talking about later, or performing a glitch that will use that. So, like Pape 64, in TTYD, anything that isn't currently being used, instead of it loading it in, it actually just keeps everything that is going to be used, such as enemies or NPCs. It keeps that stuff out of bounds underneath the floor, really far down, in the dead center of the room. And that can be, if you go out of bounds in most rooms, you'll be able to see that. As an example, there are NPCs that you can talk to that come outside of the train. And if you fall out of bounds here somehow, which you can't, I'm pretty sure, outside of using glitches, you'll just see them underneath the map. But there is a glitch coming up in chapter 5 called Bobbery Early, where I'm going to deliberately try to bypass a loading zone and try to hit the trigger for Bobbery's mini boss fight. I guess not his mini boss fight, but it's embers that will help me change my sequence point. And once I interact with them, it will cause me to be able to put myself into a chapter 5 state. Because, you may notice right now, I went from chapter 4 to 6, and I was talking about sequences earlier. how if you touch one, or if you, I guess not touch one, but if you interact with some sort of sequence point, it advances it further into the game state and makes the game think that you've beaten everything up to that point. Well, the same thing can happen in reverse too, like with the super boots. So if I end up touching that trigger for Bobbery, it will put me into a chapter 5 state again. So then it won't think that I've beaten chapter 6, but everything that I've gotten from the chapter will still remain. Also, the sporks that we were hitting at the bottom of the train station have now infested the train.
I love how he says he can't see.
Even though there's like a huge opening on the right.
Yeah. Only on the Japanese version, though.
Oh, is that true? I guess I never noticed that.
Yeah,
I would assume that was probably just a small oversight. I'm also going to be saving here, just to be safe. I don't think I'm going to die to Smorg, and I also have the live stream. But, you know, you can't be too safe.
Luigi can be ruthless.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the fight I talked about earlier where I ended up dying to my run. Or, yeah, Yoshi ended up killing me. Yoshi. Luigi ended up killing me. Yoshi ended up... I said it again. Luigi ended up killing me in my first run of this game by throwing a rock at me.
Trying to say something.
Yeah, I'm trying to kick you off commentary for something you didn't do.
BlueBob, have you ever had an experience with, even though you've never run 1,000 Year Door, but where like a Goomba or something kills you in Mario 64 in the dumbest way possible?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely... most Bowser stages, you can get knocked off at some point by a Grubba.
Yeah. That is not a very hype thing to have happen.
No.
I think we've all been there where we've had something like dumb happen.
Little fun thing here that you can do. Normally you would think to hammer away all the little smorgs, but if you jump up at the top and then hop onto Yoshi, you can just bypass hitting them. It just works. I'd imagine the same thing could probably happen with like the Dull Bones in chapter 1, because you can do the same thing with a very similar situation in chapter 8.
Look at all the guests.
I know, they're all captured.
I don't like spiders.
Would you say this is a spider? I guess it's kind of similar to one. It's got a lot of legs. It's really big to...
Yeah, it's like 7 legs.
Yeah. All right, but this is Smorg. This is the boss of the chapter. So there is a part in this fight where I do need to hit a guard to prevent dying. Yo.
You got this.
Making sure that's at the bottom. The Thunder Rage is almost always at the bottom there, but I'm just making sure.
Oh no!
That's not good. I have the live stream. It's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Don't miss though. This is why we have the live stream, man. That's unfortunate. I tried to hit the button for it too. I just hit it too late.
So unfortunately, no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, I die here.
But
I have the live stream. Yeah.
Yeah, the good thing is he can actually just defend this next turn, and he won't have to guard it.
Yeah.
Oh, and a cool little mechanic about the live stream. Even though he only has 1 live stream, it works on both Yoshi and Mario.
Exactly. Good point. I am just going to defend.
Oh, did you not know you could do that?
I didn't even think about it. I knew you could do it. I just didn't even think about it.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Well, now I don't have a live stream anymore, so that's a bit of a scare, but I should be okay.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
So when stage objects fall on you, like, are you able to block them, or
Yes.
does it just automatically pass away?
No, you can block them, but the bucket just comes down so fast, and it's really hard to.
The bucket is the worst.
Yeah, it
The
makes
stage
sense.
light is easier because it comes down a lot slower.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's like the bucket you don't expect.
Yeah, it's not like you can be actively thinking about that throughout
Exactly.
the entire fight.
I guess a little fact about Smorg. Smorg is the only boss that's not defending the Crystal Star.
Oh, that's true, actually. I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Because the star is in the sanctum here.
Yeah.
So the entire reason we actually took the train in the first place was to get the Shine Sprites and the Ultra Boots. Which, like, I get why the Ultra Boots are locked behind the train, obviously, because that's just what they decided to do. But if the Ultra Boots were in just like such a more convenient spot like they are in Cape 64, you'd be able to do like a lot more sequence breaking.
So say goodbye to Chapter 6. We're not going to get the Crystal Star.
Yeah, we don't get the Crystal Star here. We don't need it. So this is one of the intermissions that we end up skipping because we don't get the star. And actually, fun fact, there is a way to obtain that star without going to the intermission through a glitch called Star Shot.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's a really cool glitch that's used in all collectibles and all crystal stars.
It's a lot easier in all collectibles.
Yes, it is, because you have Ultra Boots, and Ultra Boots are collectible. All right, but now we're going to be entering Chapter 5.
And Justin's going to do that glitch he just talked about.
Yes, with the text storage. With Bobbery early. All right, so this room coming up here is a little finicky just because there's a pink fuzzy that's going to drop off the mountain, and he has a good chance of almost, doing that. So I talked about this earlier in the game, but fuzzies on JP are just really, really bad at tracking Mario. And because of that, they can kind of just jump in really weird patterns, and they're very unpredictable. So getting an encounter in this room from that fuzzy is almost to be expected. Not every time. It's not going to happen every single time, but you just kind of have to expect it. And you just kind of have to feel like there's a good chance I'm taking the time loss here. All right, but there's another badge here that we're going to be grabbing. Going to do a little bit more badge management.
Nice managing.
Thank you. All right, so text storage glitch right here. It might take me a little bit to get it. Twice, that's not bad. All right, so I'm out of bounds right now, and I'm going to line myself up in a specific spot to where I'm going to drop down onto the fights underneath the floor. That was way too early on holding down.
Also, a little fact, since we're currently in a Chapter 6 state, the wedding ring that Francesca makes, or like that, I'm sorry, no, yeah, is it Francesca Austin? I believe it's hers.
Nice, second try, that's good. That was really good. That's a hard trick, so I'm pretty happy with how that went. And since I put on ice power, I can actually jump on fire enemies now. And I also take less damage from them too. Unlike Cape 64, where there's I think 2 badges for that, right? There's
Fire Shield.
Shield.
And Ice Power, I believe, as well.
Yeah, they just merged them in this game, so they're the same badge. They have the abilities of both of those badges. Okay.
You also do more damage to them.
That's true. And right here, I'm going to be using this dredge room. You may have noticed that I also didn't have an animation. If you go into paper mode and use an item, it doesn't play out the animation, which is pretty neat.
Okay, I was about to say, make sure you get the coconut.
Yeah, I am.
Many runners, including myself, have forgotten the coconut.
Yes, this coconut is very important. I should talk about the text storage that I did before. So time stop with text storage, specifically the glitch that I did with Goombella. So when you use Goombella and you tattle with her when you press the X button, it pauses all enemies from being able to move around, and it also stops like all loading triggers because obviously, like if you're in the middle of a tattle and you have an enemy coming toward you, they don't want you to be able to like get into an encounter with the text box open. Well, like I said, that pauses like a lot of stuff from being able to function in the game. So if I use the Ultra Boots at the same time as using Goombella, it causes Mario to still be able to move around afterwards, because once he does the spring jump and then lands back on the ground, he's not in a state where he's just locked in place anymore, which is pretty neat. And that still allows the like the loading zone triggers and enemies to be disabled, which is pretty neat. And the whole reason we went to go grab that coconut is because we want to give it to Flavio, so he gives us the Chicola Cola, which, fun fact, that is a Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga reference. I like that a lot. It's an in-universe reference to another Mario RPG. But yeah, we wanted to get the Coca-Cola because Bobbery is dying. Yep. And he wants that as his last wish.
Also, I just want to mention another thing that sucks about the Japanese version. That first screen he was on, they have an extra, well, I guess they didn't add it. They have an extra fuzzy. They took out that fuzzy in the other, like all the other versions.
Yeah, that very left room there. I like that more because of the, well, not having the additional one. I mean, having one less one is nice.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact too, that pink fuzzy that I was talking about in the like very vertical looking room, that one specifically, also we have to hammer Bobbery there. He thinks he's dying, but in all reality, he's just falling asleep. But as I was saying, in that one room with the pink fuzzy, the very vertical one, for whatever reason, on the US PAL versions, that fuzzy gets stuck against the wall every time. So you don't even need to like deal with him hopping around to get you. It's only the piranha plants that you have to deal with. And even then, I don't think I brought this up, but piranha plants have a really interesting thing where they can no longer, like, they unaggro off of Mario. Hold on. If you
walk directly behind
them. If you do like a half circle around them, which is pretty neat.
So now Justin's going to be clipping into the grotto.
Yeah, you can explain this if you would like to.
Yeah, so he used time stop again to get out of bounds, and now he's going to use Bobbery and then do a cutscene walk into the grotto.
Yep. So the cutscene walk there is allowed in glitchless for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. But at the end there, I blew up the wall with Bobbery as I was out of bounds. It prevents you from having to go and do some backtracking, where normally you would have to go back to Flavio again and get the skull gem, do a little, oh god, that is not good. I am for sure using the coconut that I picked up.
Also, by the way, Justin, there's a lot of stuff in glitchless that's like debatable.
Yeah, I know.
It's been a debate in the community, but we kind of agreed on a rule set.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no, I'm just talking to...
No, you're fine. So because of that, I won't be able to do the strat that I wanted to on an upcoming fight, but I'd rather do something slower than just die, so...
Dying is not good.
No, it isn't.
Like, how much time do you think dying would cost?
From where I last saved, quite a few minutes. But yeah, this is the Pirate's Grotto. This is probably one of my favorite portions in the run. I really like executing this well. And there's also a shine dupe right here that you can do as well. This one has a bit of a different setup than other ones, because it's off the ledge a bit, so you can't set it up exactly the same way. But I'd argue this is probably the easiest one to do. I don't like where you're at. I say it's the easiest one, and I just missed it. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
We've only missed 2, so you can miss 1 more, I think.
Yeah, it's okay.
Are there any more shine dupes?
Yeah, there's a couple. But that's a little unfortunate. It's okay, though. I like how man. This is why I shouldn't say anything. You never say something is easy until after you get it done with.
Yeah, or that you did it well.
Yeah, that too.
Not done yet.
Oh, man, this JRB has been going well so far.
Yeah, I got bit by that yesterday, a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing to, actually.
What happened?
Oh, I was on the best JRB I've ever had by a mile, and as soon as I said that, I missed the start. Lost a bunch of time.
Okay, that was kind of unfortunate. What had just happened here was I was trying to jump up onto the box, but like these, I don't even know what you call them, the chains. Kind of like blocked Mario a little bit, and he didn't get enough distance on his jump.
Spaghetti.
This is why you say never say a run is on a good pace.
Yeah,
that's what I did last time when I was on that pace to bop you, Yoshi. I was like, oh, this run is terrible. It's horrible. And it's okay, I guess.
And then you PB'd.
Yeah, then I PB'd. That's always how it works, man. You gotta be. No, get away from me. You gotta. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, reverse psychology. That's what it is. I was blanking.
You know, it's funny because I remember you had like a bad luck with Shadow Queen. Because I remember you had like 2 or 3 runs on pace that died to Shadow Queen.
I did. That is true. That was my previous PB though. Okay, so a little fun fact here about the tube mode. is that you would prefer to jump across those barrels while in tube mode, because for some reason, if you are just normal Mario, it eats your jumps all the time.
So much.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, cannon skips here. If you go paper mode against these walls here, they have really weird collision because of just how they're like really jagged looking, and you can just walk around the cannons.
Why'd it have to be called Cannon Skip? Why can't it be called Cannonless? So we can have Cannonless in Pape 64,
There you go.
SM64, and TTYD.
There you go. I guess it could be just called cannonless, I suppose, if you want to call it that. We can do the same thing on the way back too. When we walk back through the room, we'll be able to just hold paper mode before entering the loading zone and holding down left. So right here, originally I was supposed to do the same strat that I did when fighting the Embers for Bobbery, but this time I'm going to use Art Attack. So you get to see a Crystal Star move.
Show off your art skills.
Yeah.
I actually know someone who's currently watching who is an artist. They can critique you.
Okay.
I'd like to commission you after this.
I tried to draw a sideways Among Us character. I don't know if it worked out too well.
Don't worry, my artist friend approves.
Let's go. All right, level up once again, just upgrading BP. Like I said earlier, we are upgrading BP for the entire run outside of the first level up, where we upgrade FP with that one.
But Justin, what about... Oh, Justin, you
I got
fell for it
cursed again, man. I can't believe it.
You know what? If you do it again, then I can no longer commentate. So this is your last chance. You better not do it again.
Haven't I tried to kick you off of commentary twice now?
I don't. No, I think it's one more.
This is your chance.
Dang.
All right, but this is our last paper curse that we need for the run. The last requirement for this required field. So that's pretty hype. Pretty poggers, as the kids say these days. All right, and we only have a couple of uses of boat mode. Right here, gonna enter the loading zone while holding paper mode, and then I can just hold down left and get right around these cannons.
Nice.
You know, I just realized something. Oh.
Oh.
Super guard.
I just realized something that I brought up earlier about the chapter boss. What's funny is that you actually don't even fight the chapter boss here, so I don't know why I said that Ultra Boots are good against him when you don't even fight him. I guess it's true. It is good against him, but
you don't use it.
Exactly.
The viewers at home won't get to see.
Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry. All right, right here, we can just barely squeeze past these bars if you're entering from the left side in tube mode, which is nice.
You can actually squeeze through them going from like the opposite way, like going to where the boat mode room is, but it's like really tight.
Yeah, it is really tight. That's why I don't go for it. All right. Let's go. For whatever reason, the diagonals in this game on the have like a really weird, very specific stick placement where you just get like slow movements, and that's what had happened there. That's why Mario was moving really slow. Also, that was yet again another cannonless.
Let's go.
Yeah, but the entire reason we entered this chapter was for the Shine Sprites and the Boat Curse, and I guess Bobbery too.
So you're ready to go to Far Outpost and start Chapter 7?
Mm-hmm. No, I already did that. How many items do I have right now?
I think that's your 10th one. Never mind.
I'll pick this up here.
My math was wrong.
Yeah, your streak has ended.
It has. So the reason I want to have a full inventory is for another Shine Dupe coming up soon.
You can get the ink coupon right here.
Yes. There we go. Full inventory now. Yet again, there's another way we can get jump storage by having a full inventory, and
It's much easier.
Yes, it is probably the easiest version of jump storage, arguably, because you have an infinite amount of attempts at it as long as your inventory is full. Essentially, what you need to do is you need to get an 11th item, have your inventory be full, and then you need to throw that item and try to catch it and press X on a certain frame, which causes Yoshi to teleport to your location and cancel your jump. Because when you hop on Yoshi, you also get a jump. Same with Koops, like when you're using Koops and you jump in the air. Pausing there so I can see what direction it's going in. Yeah, I got it. That's good. First try. So right here, I'm going to go into this room. And I'm going to, once again, try to get a shine dupe off of this. I think this is one that you haven't seen before, Yoshi.
No, I have actually seen this.
Now that I've said it, I'm probably going to end up failing it.
Nope, you're not. You got
Oh. There we
Let's
go.
go.
That's nice.
Toad zone.
I guess something that we neglected to mention. So if you have a super jump and you jump it all with Mario, then you'll just lose it.
Yes. Yeah, you can't
But-
jump with Mario at all.
Yeah, but if you go into tube mode, it doesn't actually
It doesn't lose
disable
its jump storage. It's just a normal jump with Mario that you aren't able to do. I need to just have Mario walk up on some sort of vertical step to give him that that height that's required for the game to trigger it.
So if you fail that one, just worst case Ontario, you just try it again.
Worst case Ontario. I heard that. That was pretty good. All right, right here, we just picked Gus, and we're going to go back here and grab some Sean sprites, and then we're going to take on the only treble we take in this category, being the one for Miss Mouse, which is our optional partner. And we can also flip into the ceiling there and get the Sean sprite behind Bobbery's house as well.
so quick.
That was very quick. And then we're going to fall in the water here, and then it's just going to spit us back out in front of the treble center door. That was very clean. And you also have to press A on that option right there to go through the tutorial, because I'm pretty sure the treble guy center, like behind there, is like, all right, fine, if you don't want to hear my tutorial on how to go through the treble center, then go away. I don't want to deal with you. At least that's how it is in English. I don't know if it's like that in Japanese. All right, but now we are going to be going back to Chapter 1 and heading up to Hooktail's Castle once again. So if you were here at the start of the run, you may have noticed, like I had said at the start, where I skipped out on grabbing a Shine Sprites, because it is just slightly faster to grab it now. Only ever so slightly. And the reason for that is because you have Yoshi. So after I grab the badge that's being hidden away inside of Hooktail's Castle, I will go ahead and grab the Shine Sprite, then immediately hop on Yoshi, and it's just a little bit faster. It's about a second.
Let's go. Speed.
Speedrunners. There also is one more reason we actually come here. So even if we didn't need to come here for Miss Mouse per se, we would still need to come here for one hidden thing that's locked behind a bombable wall. Only Bobbery is able to get past that. And that would be the up arrow. If you're unaware of what that is, it's essentially how we get our Ultra Rank Orb, which is in like Pape 64, where the Raven gives that to you in that game. And in this game, you get just an arrow that points upwards, and you would think that, oh, I guess I'll give this to Merlin. This is what he was asking for. Well, he only uses the up arrow to go up into his attic and then pull out like his upgraded like orb. It's really weird.
This is a special up arrow.
Mm-hmm. So we come back into this room here, and there is a bombable wall. You may have noticed it when I was in here earlier. And for whatever reason, sometimes I swear I throw Bobbery like right at the crack of the wall, and he just doesn't blow it up. Maybe I'm just off by like a sub-pixel or something. But yeah, that is our excuse me. That is our up arrow there, and we will be taking that to Merlin. Like I said, we need to go back up to the top of Hooktail's Castle as well and grab a hidden badge that's there. You can't grab that at the beginning of the game because one, the boss fight is there, and two, you also need Flurry for it. But there is like a couple of cool movement tricks that we can do that'll save a little bit of time. I could have used the Ultra Boots there to get up onto the platform a little bit quicker, but last time I did that I fell down, and I don't want to have that happen again.
That would be unfortunate.
Yeah. You could also hover across right here. That is a very, very tight gap.
Yeah, I was going to say, that one's pretty risky.
Yeah, you only just barely make it across that. Alright. Alright, I don't think you can use the Ultra Boots here, because I think Mario just hits his head on this, like,
But you can use the Ultra Boots here.
Yes, this is a really cool skip, too. So instead of taking the block up, you can just do this, and just go up here.
Why that works, I have no idea.
I would assume it's because the bar is kind of, like, weirdly, ooh, God. Just barely made it across that. But it has something to do with the bar, I'm sure, not being, like, completely against the wall. Hello, Shine Sprite. Goodbye, Shine Sprite. I'll be coming back for it, like, once I go back through the door again, because I have to come back down the tower afterward, and that's why it's a little bit quicker.
Everyone's dying because you aren't getting the Shine Sprite.
I'm gonna get it, don't worry. Alright, Goomba, thank you. My Goomba's a little weird to dodge out of the way of sometimes. Alright, and this is where the badge is hidden at. That's not the partner I need. I don't use Vivian anymore for this run. Or, well, technically I probably will use it, because there is a skip that I can do in Chapter 7 that would save some time, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really want to do it, because...
I know exactly.
There's the conveyor belt skip in Chapter 7, and you can get stuck back there if you aren't careful. There is a way to get out, but I never learned how to do it because it's only kind of new, and I've never come across a situation where I've gotten stuck. It's just not really something I want to risk doing.
Yeah.
Which is fine. You know, I can opt out of stuff. It's not really the end of the world. It's a little bit longer for Chapter 7. If I was going for a PB, obviously I'd do it, but we are already past the point of getting a PB.
Marathon PB.
Yes, yeah, that's true. I could get a marathon PB. All right, but now, after that, we are going to go ahead and make our way back to Rogueport once more after getting all that stuff. I did grab the Shine Sprite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And talking about, like, not getting it for ages and then just completely forgetting it entirely.
That would have been hype.
Yeah, that would have been so hype. Oh, man, I would have popped off so hard if I forgot something.
Would you have gone
Huh?
woohoo?
Woohoo.
That's more of a boo-hoo moment.
A boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo.
Let me see how many shines I have. Let's think for a moment. Doing math in my head.
Yoshi could probably help.
Oh, dang. How many shines do you have?
I need 4 more, so I can get the dupe behind West Side Goods, and then get the one in the side house, and then get the one by Dazzle. So I'm gonna skip the one that's in this room. Worst comes to worst, I just come back and get it, which isn't really the biggest detour. Now that I've said that, I'm gonna miss the dupe. I already know it.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. I believe.
Well, remember, reverse psychology.
My belief in you so far has paid off 2 out of 2 times.
That's true. You did
Exactly.
get the 154.
And what was the second part?
The previous dupe.
That's
True.
right.
Okay, so right here we're gonna go ahead and go up to the badge shop once again, because that's where Miss Mouse is like at. She works at the badge shop, so that's why her objective throughout the game is to get badges, because she works there and she's just gonna sell them. But once I give her this one, she's like, you know what? You went out of this way to go get this badge for me. I'm just gonna join your party.
Hammer her for good luck.
Yeah. Miss Mouse duping.
I will say casually, Miss Mouse was always like one of my favorites because of the fact that she could steal badges off of
Yeah,
enemies.
her base FP ability is to steal stuff from enemies, which is cool. And she also gives you hints on like if there's something nearby. You know, like the chest that was just visibly in front of us in the tutorial. All right, so there is a shine sprite in this little house here. There is a little skip you can do by using Bobbery against the wall, but it's a little finicky, and if you fail it once, you're already losing time. Swap to dupes here, because I'm going to need him for the shine dupe coming up. Wait, I should have swapped to Bobbery because I have to blow up the wall. I didn't even think about that.
We can switch Bobbery now.
True.
Happens to the best of us.
It does. All right. Last dupe.
Yay.
All right, let's go. I don't need to do any more of them.
You believed.
Told you.
Woo! All right, we only need to get one more shine sprite, and that will be directly after Chapter 7. And since I've already done Teleporter Room early, we can just enter the chapter door, or the Teleporter Room door, without having to do the glitch.
I guess something we never mentioned, unless we did, and I just forgot. The only way to enter Chapter 7 is, like normally, is to, what is it? You need to go to the Thousand Door, then you need to talk to Frankly, then you like leave for a bit, and then talk to Frankly again. If you just go to Far Outpost, you have access to Far Outpost as soon as you get the Ultra Hammer.
Yes.
But you can't actually do anything. So it's not even like a trigger, like a flag trigger. So like when Justin was there earlier, it doesn't advance to get to Chapter 7. But the interesting thing is, it will revert your game to Chapter 7 if you're in a Chapter 8 state.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
I found that out the hard way.
Ah, okay. That's, well, interesting. The more you know. I guess that kind of makes sense.
And now Justin is going to... This flag is very interesting. In order to revert, advance the game to Chapter 7, you just need to read this red note.
Yeah, so if this red note here didn't advance your sequence point forward, doing Teleporter Room early would have no purpose. Because you wouldn't be able to get everything done here that you need to actually beat the chapter. Speaking of beating the chapter, I actually am going to take a small little detour, and I'm going to go up to the save block in the top of the room.
Fair enough. Because you could potentially...
I could potentially soft block, and just in case if it happens, I want to have a save, because I haven't saved it a bit. And that's not really something I want to take a risk on. So it'll be like a 40-second detour to go sit the save block, but I think it's more worth it for me to do that instead of potentially throwing the whole run, you know? So we need to go back over here and go up this elevator up to floor 1. And there is a save block off the first room, or the first hallway, I guess.
But then you'll do a skip right after.
That's true. I am going to be doing a skip. It is a very cool skip. It's the same idea as Palace Skip, but it's you have a bigger frame window. So I am going to be hitting the save block just
I guess
save.
Specifically 90%'s version of Palace Skip, or all the stars.
Yes.
Because Palace Skip's a bit harder, or it's a bit, or actually it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
In this category.
Like I said, rather be safe, because I've actually been soft blocking on this quite a bit recently, and I'm not entirely sure why. Because I feel like my inputs have always been fine, but I guess not. Dodge out of the way of you. All right, so right here we have another chance to show off some tech storage.
Nice.
Get Yoshi stuck over there. And now we're gonna do a Yoshi teleport through the floor. Like
nice.
That was good. That was really good. No soft block too, so that's really hype.
Let's go.
Can't say nice soft block.
Oh.
No, unfortunately not. So I purposefully took damage there because I want to keep pretty much my same badge setup right now. Okay, that's fine. If I don't take more damage, I can still keep the same badge setup.
Oh.
That's okay. That's all right. I'm just gonna hit this heal block before the boss fight then. But so you may notice that these tiles are moving extraordinarily fast. So the tiles right now are not supposed to be going at this speed normally for like when you're actually on top of them. Instead, this is like the, I guess the test tiles where it shows you like the pattern before you like touch the main tile. But, oh yeah, I'm not doing that. But if you decide to hop on Yoshi and then hop back off of him, the game thinks that you took damage and you get sent back to the middle of the room. So it plays the display tiles again. But it still works, as it should. Which is faster because going on the tiles normally is extremely slow.
And you're not going to do the...
No, I'm not.
I didn't even finish my sentence and you already knew what I was going to ask.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So you can actually perform a skip in this room using jump storage.
Or the Ultra Boots.
Yeah, or the Ultra Boots to get to that key card there. But if you aren't careful, you will soft lock. Technically. Well, I guess you don't soft lock. But
Yeah,
there
you
is like a way to get out of it. It's just either you do a double jump, which is what Yoshi brought up earlier, which is what you used to need to do to enter Chapter 4 in glitched runs. Or you would need to, I think you would do Yoshi teleport, but I don't know where you push Yoshi out of to fall back out of bounds.
So it's like a soft lock.
Yeah. You're locked in unless if you know how to get out of it. Because Mario can't jump over the wall, unfortunately.
And yeah, don't do the glitch.
Oh yeah, I need to hit the heel block. Oh god.
Now you really need to hit the heel block.
Ugh.
Actually, you could heal with the coconut.
Do I have it still?
No, I think you used it.
That's true, I'm pretty sure I did use it. Okay, you're in a pretty terrible spot, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a little bit of a skip you can do here with the platforms.
Ooh.
And I hit it, that's okay.
Ooh.
There we go.
Nice.
Do Ultra Boots to get back up on top of that. Okay, badges, I'm at 10 HP, so I want to take that off. Put power bounce on.
I don't think you got the key card
Oh,
yet.
I didn't get the key. I thought I did.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about it. That's okay.
You could do the
Yeah, I could do the hover around to the save block.
Yoshi save block cover.
Update. I missed the A-Pros. You get to see this again.
Let's go. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
You could block it.
I'm gonna hit the super guard.
Nice.
I was saying you could have blocked it. You could have done the original setup.
True. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. All
Let's
right.
go.
Okay, I swap my badges around.
Everything is good.
Everything is good.
Things are coming up Millhouse now.
This is fun.
Yeah, they really are, BlueBob.
BlueBob, what's been your favorite thing about this run?
My favorite thing about this run. There's just too many good things to narrow it down.
That's true. There's so many good things in this run.
Let's go.
It's a very hard speed game, though, with all the crap all over the place you get to deal with.
Oh yeah. But this is probably the best glitch category you can get into.
Probably, yeah. Least amount of RNG. Cold tricks. All right, so to get myself back down into peril, I am going to be defending and guarding here to do 4 HP. And then I'm going to defend here
And not go.
and not guard, which will put me at 5, or take 5 away. Now I'm at 1. So now, all I have to do is just power bounce. I think it's 6 times.
Yes. Actually, it might be.
It might be 5. I'm doing the extra just to be
Do
sure.
6, yeah. Here.
All right, he's good.
Yeah, it was 5, but
Was it?
it doesn't
okay.
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. Oh no, I lost some frames.
Oh no, you were being safe.
Yeah. And that's chapter 7 done.
Yeah, all 7 crystal stars.
Yay, all 7 that we totally have. Uh-huh.
And this is actually the only star that is called the Crystal Star.
All the others have like different names, like Diamond Star, Emerald Star, Gold Star, etc.
Yeah, Ruby, Sapphire.
Sounds a lot like a Pokemon game.
What's the?
It does, actually. It's in that order too, Ruby, Sapphire.
What's the orange one?
Garnet.
Garnet.
Yeah. I love Pokemon Garnet.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite one.
Dude, I love Pokemon Emerald.
There is a Pokemon Emerald.
I love Pokemon Diamond.
There is a Pokemon Diamond. Yoshi, I don't know if you've actually ever played Pokemon.
No,
so.
I have not.
They're pretty good games.
Is there every Pokemon besides, what is it, you said Garnet?
There's no Pokemon, well, yeah, there is a Pokemon Gold. Or like Heart Gold, I mean.
There's just gold too.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, Heart Gold was the remake. Yeah.
Hey, look, Bowser
Yo,
finally
it's
got
the
a
star we didn't get.
Let's go.
That makes so much sense. That's why he got the star, because we didn't get this one.
You forgot.
We
Yeah, we
forgot
did
it.
forget it, unfortunately.
Run invalidated.
Run invalidated.
But luckily it wasn't valid anyways.
That's true.
It was invalid ever since
Thankfully,
the code.
it's a fake star.
That's the second time Bowser finds a fake star, by the way. At least
It
that
is.
we saw.
Another Pokemon reference there. Bowser's mimicking that Pikachu meme.
It really was the O face.
Yeah.
I like how the Paragumba just lands on his hat over there. But yeah, that was the fake star. The real one is like in the background painting. I'm gonna save.
We are coming near the end of the run, guys. Let's see if we can get to $500 by the end.
That's true. We are getting near the end of the run. We have a lot of just menuing coming up though because of upgrading partners,
Oh, yeah.
which is okay. We can take the time to discuss some other stuff.
Here's a question. What would you upgrade?
For myself,
Yeah, like a PC upgrade.
I already have that. I don't know. A new desk, maybe.
Let's go. I think you have the same desk I do.
Maybe. I don't know.
Is it the one Arma has?
No.
Okay, never mind.
For anyone that doesn't know, Arma is a friend of ours.
Yes.
He was considering coming to this event, but he didn't.
He's here in spirit.
All right. But since we did skip some intermissions, the Chapter 6 intermission actually has Grotus shut tech down. So right now he's on like reserve power. His memory essentially got wiped because he found out that Tech was assisting Peach in relaying information to Mario. So
Tech is dying.
yeah, Tech is dying. So,
No.
and he is letting us use the last of the base's power to go back to Rogueport.
But yeah, it's funny. This is when in the game you're supposed to figure out about the teleporter, but you can find it like much earlier.
Yeah, you can find the teleporter a lot earlier, obviously, as we took it to here. Normally, like in casual or glitchless sense, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to get shot from a cannon to here.
Shot out of a cannon. Yeah.
Yes.
Very creative titling. I think this chapter is called Chapter 7. Mario shoots the moon.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is no cannon. Well, actually, no, we did do cannonless. You're right, because we didn't take the cannon.
And we're going to do another cannonless.
In Chapter 8, there are the golden bullet bill blasters. All right.
Nearing the end.
We are nearing the end.
But first we gotta do a lot of upgrading.
Yes. Unfortunately. All right, I'm gonna try to go for a jump storage here. There's an email off to the left side of the room, and if you get jump storage, you can skip out on using Ultra Boots in an upcoming part. It doesn't really save too much time, but it's pretty cool to get it. Didn't get it, that's okay. That's all right. You need to go over there anyway, because if you don't, that same email will trigger over here, and there's a good chance that you'll fall off right here and not be able to get the shine block.
It really screws you over.
Yeah, it does. So either way, you still have to trigger that email from over there, if you want to get the shine block at least. All right, so right now, all we're gonna go ahead and do is take all the shine sprites that we had gotten over the course of our adventure, and we're gonna go to Merlin, give him the up arrow, and we're going to be upgrading our partners to the ultra rank. So while we're doing that, is there anything you guys want to talk about? Because there's just a lot of sitting around doing nothing for a bit.
I thought their name would be Max, and they upgraded.
Oh, you know what? That's true.
Wait, we need Max here.
Mr. Hillman.
Yeah, Max Hellman. That's who we need here.
Shoutouts to Max.
Shoutouts to Max.
Shoutouts to Max.
You know what? Shoutouts to Big Dilly Donnie. He is my favorite.
Let's go.
Quite the streamer, yes.
Quite the streamer.
Big Dilly Donnie.
All right. Now we can upgrade our partners to ultra rank.
So what would you like to talk about?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? BlueBob, you got some ideas?
Mario's overalls?
Oh, Mario does have some pretty nice overalls.
His overalls are blue.
They are blue. They used to be red.
I know, right? What if Mario, crazy concept, what if Mario's color wasn't actually red? Like, what if he was like...
What if he was green?
Yeah, what if he was green?
True.
Memes aside, though, thank you to everyone for watching and for the donation so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously. Like, honestly, this has been a really, really good run for the most part. I have a really hard skip coming up in Chapter 8. But execution-wise, I have to say that I've been playing really well outside of like a couple of things that weren't really that great. Like falling off the crate in Chapter 5 and getting the tutorial in Prologue, which was really unfortunate.
Yeah,
I got snapback on the control stick from that.
Yeah, but this is a great start to PACE.
Yes, it really is.
PACE
Good.
2022.
Good near $500 on the first run.
Yeah, no, everyone's donation is going towards urban arts.
Yes, very good cause. Any donations are very appreciated.
And this is only the first run.
Yeah.
There
Plenty
are
of more runs coming up.
There's a bunch of runs throughout the entire week, including a second run by Justin himself.
Yeah, I will be doing Luigi's Mansion 3 tomorrow.
Fittingly on Halloween.
Yes. And there's also Luigi's Mansion 1 run right before that too that I will be commentating on.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of good stuff, and BlueBob here on commentary is going to be competing in Super Mario 64.
Yes, that is true.
It's
Lots
gonna
of
be
good
awesome.
stuff coming up.
And I think you will do better than Justin.
Yes, I feel like BlueBob will probably, you know, he might be able to bop my 111 in 120 star.
111?
111?
Uh-huh, you know, I'm so good. I blew all the other times out of the water.
Makes sense.
Dang.
It's called Use BLJ Anywhere, which isn't actually a thing. But we're just going to say it is for the purpose of the joke.
Yeah, this has been awesome, and you've been killing it, Justin. I keep saying that. I need to come up with a better word. You've been doing an amazing job.
I have been slaying.
You've been slaying. You've been slaying.
That's a word I haven't heard since a long time ago. I couldn't
The
think
last
of a
time I
specific
heard
name.
that, I think Prax said it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so everyone in the chat, give Justin some support for the ending of the run, especially when Palace Skip
Yeah,
happens.
Palace Skip is not an easy trick. It's probably T2Uddy's most infamous trick. I feel like anybody that has watched speedruns of this game probably know what Palace Skip is. Arguably, it's probably like at the same tier as Wind Waker Barrier Skip.
And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like the run is hyping up to this one moment. Thankfully for Justin, it's going to be a little easier like of a setup, but it's still pretty hard. So, you know, let's make sure to give him a big round of applause when he gets it.
Yeah. Yeah, Palace Skip in this category specifically does not rely on an item drop, thankfully. It does require text storage. You need to get 2 text boxes going at the same time, which I don't think I mentioned this either, but like I said, T2Eddie has a lot of frame-perfect tricks in it, and text storage is one of those as well. So essentially I would be getting 2 text storages and then using that to allow myself to teleport onto the scene of the wall. It's very similar to what I did in Chapter 7 with that Yoshi teleport. It's just a different setup.
Yeah.
Same concept though.
Just want to mention that Justin actually upgraded in a kind of a specific order. He wants Yoshi to be last so that he doesn't have to switch.
And if you look really carefully here, actually, fun fact, on the top left you can see the Big Dipper.
I have to take a look at that. Let's take a look.
Let's
Bob,
take a
you're
look.
right.
The top left, you said?
Top left.
Yep.
Oh, but it's spinning. Do you mean like when it's stationary?
Honestly.
Oh, no, I see the Big Dipper.
Oh, I can see it. I saw it like rotating around to the right a bit.
I don't know if that's actually true.
It kind of looked like it. We'll say it is.
I
Good
made
enough.
it up.
It did actually look like the Big Dipper.
Good enough. All right, now that we're done upgrading, we're going to go ahead and make our way to Chapter 8 and then try to go beat the game.
Try. No, we are going to beat the game.
I'm going to say try. I will be saving before I enter Chapter 8, though, because right now I'm in peril, right? I'm pretty sure I am. Should be.
Yes? Yeah.
Okay, so I want to be careful. So after I go through the cutscene, I will be saving.
That's a good idea.
Oh my goodness, I've never seen him shoot it up like that before.
And I recall you saying the Bowser theme is one of the best in the game, you said, right?
Yes, it is very good.
I look forward to that. It's the same in
You get
Paper
to-
Mario 64.
Yeah, the Bowser theme in that game is one of the best too. You don't get to hear it for too long though, unfortunately. You get to hear it long enough to get like a good taste of it though. Look at all those stars. There's some there that we didn't end up getting, but don't tell Nintendo that.
What's his name?
All right. So now that we got all 7 crystal stars, we can open up the 1,000-year door. So the way that the game works when opening up the 1,000-year door, it's just like any other sequence-related event. Once you beat Chapter 7, the game realizes that you are now in a state where you can actually enter Chapter 8. So if there was a way to actually enter this chapter without meeting that sequence requirement, if there was another way to hit that, then you wouldn't need to beat Chapter 7. Okay, so there is a save block over here. I'm going to go hit that.
A lot of people think that you can just clip right behind the 1,000-year door and go to Chapter 8 that way. It's like, no, you can't.
It's funny, though. I'm pretty sure you actually can Goombella buffer behind it. It just doesn't work because the loading trigger isn't there.
Yeah, it needs to be like an actual door.
Yep.
There we go, Chapter 8.
Chapter 8, here we come.
Chapter 8's an awesome chapter,
It is.
but it's very scary for a speedrun.
It is. I want to be very careful because there are a lot of moments where I can die. I did save before I entered, and there isn't a save block in here for a little while, which is why I took the time to save at that one. You'd think that they would want to put one here, like right at the start of the chapter, right?
There's one in the fire room.
Yeah, but that's going
still a
past
little
like a
while,
lot of stuff that could hurt me. All right, Chapter 8, here we come. A lot of enemy dodges that we just need to get out of the way with here. Didn't manage to do it though.
Luckily, it wasn't a first strike.
Yeah, they can't first strike you,
Oh,
fortunately.
Yeah, it's good.
not luckily, but it wasn't a first strike.
Yeah.
The good thing with this game, though, that Pape 64 doesn't have is if you get first struck, then you can
Super
theoretically, like save it by super guarding.
All right, I do need that shooting star. That is an item that I will be using upcoming here soon. I also do need to be mindful of these bullet bills here. You can get in between them about like right here and just slip through them.
Nice.
And for whatever reason, these torches here have collision, so you can use the ultra boots to spring yourself up onto them. And this room is filled with spikes, and if I touch them, I die.
So what to say, you don't need all or nothing.
Yeah, I don't need that. There is a save block in this room. I'm going to be using it.
Yes, use it. There is actually a hazard respawn glitch you can do in this room, but
Yeah, but you don't do it in this category.
It requires Mario to take damage.
Yeah, that's one thing that they did in T2ID that Pape 64 doesn't even do. And you take, if you take damage when you're at 1 HP in the overworld, you die.
Yeah.
I'll wait for this fire. Yeah, there we go. I'm playing it safe. Just playing it safe.
Yeah, let's go. Safe strats.
Yeah. Want to make sure I'm at 10 FP here, which I know that looks a little sad to have to use a jam and jelly for that. Now there's probably a lot of people that are upset about me for that, but
It's
you know,
fine. Hey, this looks familiar.
it does. But this room's a lot bigger.
Where have I seen this before, BlueBob?
I believe that was in chapter 1.
You would be
Oh
correct.
my gosh.
All right, right here I am gonna swap to Goombella as I'm like in line with Dark
Nice.
Bones there, so I just slide over to him.
You do that so well. I could never do that.
Ooh, I didn't put
You saved, so.
You know what? It's okay. It's okay. I have an idea. We could use Art Attack again.
Oh,
I didn't
no.
put multi-bounce on. I forgot about it.
Yeah. You got this.
Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Probably. So normally you would just use multi-bounce here and kill them that way, but I couldn't do that.
Yeah, alright, you got it.
Yeah, they're fine now. They're dead. Except Dark Bones, which I'm going to use Goombella's upgraded Ultra Rank ability using Rally Wink, which gives her Mario's turn. Or, no, the other way around. Gives Mario her turn.
Gives her Mario's turn. That's like a very useful move.
It's what?
It's just a very useful move.
It is. Rally Wink is a really, really good move. All right, upgrade BP once again. And I think we get one more level up.
Yes. After Bowser.
Yes.
Alright, make sure you equip patches if you need to do any.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Take that off. That on. Or actually, no. I do keep that on. I do keep that on. All right, in this room right here, there are some more cannons. But since we're just positioned right in the center of it, we can just go right through. We don't need to line anything up. Okay. I didn't mean to walk into him.
Oh
That's
well.
okay.
Nice mash.
What was that?
Nice mashing.
It could be a lot better. I'm not really great at mashing, I'm going to be honest with you.
Good thing you don't need a zombie hover.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this time I am purposefully going to take a hit because I want to parallel manip again. But it's better to do it here because once I'm like close to the cannons, I can just run straight through using invincibility frames. All right, going to be picking up another Jam and Jelly over here as well.
And now it's leading up to Palace Skip.
Yeah, we are leading up to Palace Skip very soon. Now, BlueBob, you may be kind of familiar with this type of puzzle.
See if you can figure it out.
What was that?
I was going to say, let's see if BlueBob can figure it out.
It is the exact same puzzle as Pape 64's, except it's mirrored.
I'm on the spot here. Let's see. Oh, wait, you're doing it right now. Yes, okay. That took me a second.
At least that's what I've been told. I don't know if it's actually the case, but that's what I've been told. It's mirrored.
Yeah, I think so.
The original one is up, down, down, up, down, up. So no, I don't think it is.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was lied to.
You were halfway through before I even realized you were in the puzzle, so
Oh,
it took me a second.
What do you think you have to follow?
it's the same idea, though. Oh, also, when you go through the wrong door in this area, there's like a really disturbingly creepy sound that plays.
That's right.
It catches me off guard if I'm just not paying attention and I go through the wrong door. It's really disturbing. Maybe disturbing isn't
It
the
was
right
the
word,
torches,
but-
by the way.
What was that?
Oh, it was the torches, by the way. The red torches lead the way.
Okay.
I am pulling up some notes real quick on my phone to make sure I'm doing the next fights up correctly. I'm not concerned about them, but I want to be sure.
Nothing wrong with using notes.
Rather be safe than sorry.
Watch out for the chomp in the next room.
Yeah, I know about him.
You gonna save?
Yeah, I will be saving before Powell skip.
That was close.
That was a little close.
Yeah. And you don't have a life stream, do you?
Nope. So I would have had to super him. I do have I will be picking up a live stream though.
Yeah. There's thankfully one at the.
There's one right before.
There's actually a
Grotus.
lot in this chapter, but there's only one that we can get.
Okay, so I will be saving over here. This is right before Gloomtail, and
Here we
yeah.
go.
So I can do power skip on the right side of the room as long as if I wanted to, but I know that this is placebo, but I swear I'm just better at it on the left side, even though it's exactly the same thing.
All right. Want me to explain it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what he's going to do is he's going to get time stop or text storage similar to what he's been doing, but he needs to get that twice.
Really?
So what he's going to do when he gets it twice is he needs to manipulate the text to be on different layers. Once he does that, he needs to switch to Miss Mouse and needs to, once again, manipulate the text in a certain way to where he has a Goombella text box and a Miss Mouse text box up. And then he's going to push Yoshi out of bounds, and he's going to try and do a Yoshi teleport.
Oh, that was so close.
So yeah, that was like maybe 1 frame early.
Yeah.
You have about 5 frames to do it, but it's kind of harder than it seems. Because you have to wait a certain amount of frames.
It's also dependent on where you push them to.
Yeah, exactly. But then once he does that, if he does it correctly, he'll clip into the back of the seam, and then he will be able to fall into the loading zone. And again, it's a pretty hard trick, so once he falls into that loading zone, let's give him a big round of applause. Oh!
Yeah, I saw that coming. That's okay. That's
I don't
okay.
think I've ever seen that before happen.
It was from where I pushed him out of bounds. It's unfortunate. I was expecting to fail this quite a bit, so it's okay.
There tries the charm.
True. That was too early again. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. That was the end of the world, though. Just closing out of the text box by accident.
As Yoshi would say, you're still killing it.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
All right. Now he needs to fall into the loading zone.
Being very careful with this. I'm lining myself up. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. So, thank you. So at the end there, I was lining myself up so I'd be like toward the edge of the platform because the loading zone doesn't trigger until you're far away enough from it. Because I was already in it, but I wasn't at a spot where I could trigger it. So I needed to be closer to the edge of the platform, and by hammering the wall, ooh, that's not good. That's really not good.
Oh, no.
I have to do it again.
You thought you wanted to see it once, you're going to see it again.
Yeah, you get to see it again. That's so unfortunate. That's okay. I'll do it better this time.
Yeah, I'll do it better. And then we'll applaud louder.
There you go. And not get hit by the chain jump.
We'll do everything but better.
There you go. All right. Attempt to That's really unfortunate, though. Oh well. I won't beat myself up over it.
You will or you won't?
I won't.
Okay, good.
There we go.
Nice.
And he does it again. Well, almost.
Yeah, don't say it till I'm past this part, because I've fallen off here before.
Yeah!
That time it was first try. I'm not saying
First
so
try!
I'll take that. All right, now let's not get hit by the chain shell. I'm gonna wait for you.
Yeah, listen, we don't need to see it 3 times.
If I had $1 for every palace skip you did, I'd have $2.
That's true.
Yo, same. If I had $1 for
There
every
we
time
go.
I've seen Justin do palace skip,
You probably have it probably more than $2, because I'd assume you'd seen me do it more than twice.
yeah,
Okay.
at least 3 times.
Yes. All right, so right here, I am going to go back through this door here, and I'm going to put myself back in a barrel.
All right.
And if I stand at the very edge of this plane panel, there's the platform that I fell off of here. He just flips right through the side of it. It's kind of funny. Don't have to worry about trying to go over it. Just go right on next to it.
Nice going.
Well, thank you. Right back to you.
And make sure to save.
Yes, good points. I'm gonna double check my badges. I'm pretty sure they're good. I'm just gonna double check. Oops. Yeah, they're good.
You wanted to double check the map instead.
Yeah, I know. GameCube D-pad moment.
Where are you? Where do you think you are?
Yeah, I think I'm in chapter 8. All right, now we fight Grotus, who is the mastermind behind everything that's been happening.
Everything?
Well, yeah, I mean the resurrection of Shadow Queen. He's been plotting that whole thing.
Let's go. You know, it's funny, when I first played this game, I was thinking to myself, oh, maybe Grotus is like that guy who's like a leader, but he's not that strong. No, he's
pretty strong. Oh, what sucks too is that in like casually, this is probably one of the hardest fights in the game, not even including Shadow Queen.
oh yeah.
But that's just, it's not even just because Grotus is hard. Directly after Grotus, you fight Bowser.
Yep.
Directly after. Like, you don't have time to heal or anything. We'll see why, but...
I assume most people died at that point.
Yeah, I definitely did as a kid.
Thankfully, he does enough damage to kill him in the first turn.
Yes. If I didn't, I'd have to eat a life stream there all the time. All right, this is the part where I want to make sure I have a route up.
I believe I actually know what you do, but...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure too. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, exactly. I believe you kill Cammy first.
Yes. Well, yeah. Boost sheet on Mario.
That's
Yoshi.
Oh no.
Oh man, Mario and Yoshi are dying.
Dead.
Yo.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
There is also another cool glitch that I could do after the Bowser and Grotus fights, but it's
hard.
It's power skip just to the extreme. Yeah.
It saves like 3 minutes, but it's hard. Or maybe
It's
like
really
2.
hard. I think I've only successfully pulled it off once without like using practice codes. And now would be the time to do it. No, I'm not actually going to attempt it. It would be cool, but
Just look up a video of, it's called Gloomtail Warp.
it's called Gloomtail Warp. It's a really cool trick.
Look up RTA though, because you might get
It's
the
different
task
from
version.
TAS. Alright, Yoshi, Bushi, and Mario.
Let's
And I'm
go.
going to power bounce 5 times on Cammy.
There you go.
Cammy's dead. Bowser breathing fire. and I'm going to use the Jam and Jelly.
And use power bounce.
I think I did that a little wrong, actually. Whatever, it's not the end of the world.
There's a jam and jelly at the stairs anyway, so in case
Yeah, there is. One. I was still supposed to use it there. All right, bye, Bowser.
Let's go. So BlueBob is
Yeah,
the
what do you think of the theme, BlueBob?
Yeah, what do you think of the theme?
Actually, I could hardly hear it, but I bet you it was great.
Well, time to go listen to it on YouTube later. All right, upgrade BP one last time.
BP to 18.
Yep.
Did you upgrade FP a single time for it?
Yes, you upgraded the first time.
Okay. That's right, yeah, you started fun. Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason you upgrade it once is because you want to, because one, you need that much FP, and you want to get it easier for peril stuff, because he's going to use a point swap.
Yeah, I will be using a point swap on Shadow Queen. Or, well, not on Shadow Queen, but on the Shadow Queen fight.
Are you
Yeah, just point swap all of Mario's HP to Shadow Queen.
Are you going to do favorite mode ending?
But
no. Save.
What do I take off? Oh, it's multi-bounce. Multi-bounce.
And make sure you save.
Good point. I didn't even think about that. Just going to rush in. That's okay. Little save doesn't hurt. All right, but if you're curious about what Gloomtail Warp does, since I didn't perform it here, so after you fight Bowser and Bowser and Grotus, there is a one-time sequence points after fighting both of them, where this cutscene is supposed to play out. And on that sequence specifically, if you are able to get up to Gloomtail's room, which you can't get up there anymore because the floor drops out casually once you go through Riddle Tower, it just, the floor drops down and it's a staircase that leads you down lower to the end of the palace. If you get up there by using a super jump or whatever task does, and you enter that door, it actually places you at a further point in the cutscene, because for whatever reason, when they set up these cutscenes, frankly, they put him in Gloomtail's room. And by entering that room, it actually just starts the cutscene from that point. They didn't have anywhere else to put him, and I guess since you can no longer access that room casually, they just decided, well, might as well put him there. Which, you know, that makes sense. I can't really blame them for doing that. It's also a really cool skip, but I wasn't showcasing it today because it's incredibly hard. I've only ever done it once, and I don't really want to sit there for 15 minutes trying to do it. But like Yoshi had said earlier, if you want to see that glitch in action, go ahead and look it up on YouTube. I'm pretty sure Sway does it in his PB. So you can see an RTA version of it there, but it's a lot harder than he makes it look.
There was 100% PB that he did.
Mm-hmm.
I think he didn't delete it, but he deleted the comment. There was a comment there that just said over and over again, why did I do Gloomtail Warp? Why did I do Gloomtail Warp? Why did I do it just over and over? Because I think he lost like
10 minutes on it.
10 minutes on
Unfortunately. It was still a really impressive run though, even without that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like all these cutscenes that we're watching right now would just be skips until what you're seeing coming up soon.
Peach gets possessed?
She does.
Oh my gosh.
It was nice knowing her. Yeah, we just have to sit through all these cutscenes and stuff. It's like Game 64 where you have to sit through some cutscenes of that. I think it's longer in this game though. Pretty sure it's longer in this game. Unfortunately. It is what it is though.
Yeah, it seems like every pape the finale has like a very long cutscene.
Yep. Oh, also, I think Gloomtail Warp saves 2 minutes if you do it fast. It would put you at this part of the cutscene right here. And I know that Gloomtail is right there, but the only reason he's even in the room in the first place at this current moment is just because we never fought him. We just skipped around him.
What do you think of Peach's new look, BlueBob?
Definitely suits the Halloween look.
That's true.
That's true. even has the Halloween mood. Being creepy.
And Dupliss is here too. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Dupliss joined in on the Shadow Siren squad after Vivian ended up leaving. It was kind of foreshadowed, like at the end of the chapter when Dupliss was running off and he ran past them. Also, don't select the bottom option there or else you just lose.
Yeah, sometimes you can press B to select no, but that's one of the only texts in the game where even if you doesn't let you. You have to manually select down A. I've seen someone lose a run to that before.
Also, we just hit $505.
Yo.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. That's a great start to the event.
It is a great start to the event.
Nice.
Good RNG.
Ooh, I wonder if the bombs are a bit too close.
They might be.
Which will be fine.
Yeah, I have an extra boost sheet, so it's not the end of the world. That's why I bought the one.
You wouldn't need an extra boost sheet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, you would just need to attack one more time.
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant too close as in like the second text box. So the reason I put Bomb Squad there, okay, I do need to use a boost sheet. The reason I put Bomb Squad down is because Shadow Queen requires you to, in this invincibility phase, you have to hit her a couple of times, and the Bomb Squad actually helps with that. And if you position the bombs in a specific spot, it prevents you from having to go through more than one turn here. But unfortunately, I messed up. That's okay.
Oh no, the rocks. Oh.
Yeah, swap into Goombella, so in case if I get capped, I can just use Rally Wink. Alright, and the whole audience died. The end, the run's over.
Thankfully, it's not you guys in the audience.
Yeah, but, more cutscenes. Alright, woohoo.
Oh, no paper mode ending, I see.
No, I didn't end up doing it. I'm sorry, Yoshi.
No, it's okay. It wastes time anyways.
It does. It's because it lags or something, right? Oh, wait, no, it's because Mario just moves slower.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go into paper mode during these cutscenes, Mario is just in paper mode the whole time, as long as you keep holding down the A button during them. Or, I'm sorry, the R button, not the A button.
Look at this grand cutscene.
Yep, all the stars around the noose.
I don't remember you collecting all the 7 stars.
Yeah, you can think I did. What are your thoughts on this cutscene, BlueBob?
I think it's good.
Well, thank you. I programmed it myself.
I agree.
Now I think it's extra good.
It's phenomenal.
Actually, you know, I heard Figo 2 made this.
True, yeah.
Let's go.
This is basically Zelda.
Yeah,
Super Slides.
This is basically Ocarina of Time.
I thought this was Dragon Ball.
There was a Super Saiyan.
Oh yeah, there was. Grubba was Super Saiyan. That's true. But yeah, the crystal stars are now just going to all the different locations that you pick them up at, and they're. I guess it's like Pape 64 in a sense, where it's just people praying that Mario wins. It's like the same idea as like Peach and Twink at the end of it, where they're like, oh, pray for Mario to win.
Except this one actually kind of puts a little more effort into it because in Pape 64 it's just kind of like imagine that everyone is praying, but in this case it's like actually showing everyone cheering them on.
Which is good and bad, because I'd prefer if this didn't exist in the speedrun. But there's no way around
exactly.
it.
I can say the same about Pape 64.
Yeah.
Just an auto-scroller battle.
When was the last time any of us ran Pape 64? Well, I know Justin hasn't done it often. I don't know.
I haven't really ran Pape 64 too often, so.
My last PB in that game was probably 2018?
2018, okay.
Wow. I ran glitchless, like, not that much, to where, like, we would just do, like, a random glitchless run and I would PB.
Yeah.
Like a race or something.
It's always the one-off runs on a game that you haven't touched in centuries that you end up getting a PB on. I know the feeling.
Oh, yeah. And Pennington just found out that Mario's not Luigi.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's this place? Well, I guess we didn't come here, so I can't really say that.
Who are those guys, though?
No, actually, like, who are all these bomb-oms in this room over here? Look at them all. Look at them.
Who are they?
Bobby. That's a Origami King reference if you didn't know.
Everyone's cheering him on.
They are. And you can tell Luigi is also cheering Mario on too, because you can see a little bit of green text.
Yeah,
That's supposed to be Luigi.
Yeah, he says something along the lines of like, "You go, bro."
Yeah, you go, bro. All right, Shadow Queen time. I do want to have my route up for this.
Yes, do it. Oh yeah, Rock Hawk even cheers you on. He's like, "Rock on."
Rock on, bro. Okay, so the Shadow Queen fight is going to finally use some of those items that we ended up picking up in Chapter 3, being the Power Punch and the Point Swaps.
And double dip.
Yes, and Double Dip. That as well. All right, Mario. Charge, down 2. Partner is going to use Double Dip and use a Thunder Rage.
Oh, you're actually going to use a Thunder Rage.
Yeah. And then the sheets.
And this will set it up to where when he uses the double dip P again, it'll put him at exactly 1 FP.
Exactly. It works out.
Which is, again, why we stay at 10 FP. All right. So Mario's going to be very powerful.
Yeah, he's going to be Giga Chad right now. Alright, I got 6 capped there, that's fine. If I get 6 tapped again, I'm going to use Rally Wink.
Yeah. That's the good thing about this.
Okay, that's fine.
And I think you can just jump.
Yep, just jump. And she should die. I'm going to do 2 just for good measure. Oh, wait, what?
Oh.
I didn't realize that happens.
Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay.
Show off your mashing ability.
Alright, so Supernova always kills here. Get to see one more Crystal Star move.
Let's go.
Alright, this should do like 15 or something. Yeah, 15 damage. Alright, bye Shadow Queen. And she's dead!
She's dead! Woo! Are you going to call time here, or...?
I mean, I could, but it's still going to be underestimate if I still go through the end. But if we want to call it here, it'd be fine. I was just thinking that we could just wrap up everything and talk about it while the end cutscenes are going.
Yeah, we could,
Because time isn't until the fade out on to credits, which is about like 5 minutes of like mashing, which is okay. I mean,
you're gonna get a 420 mash.
It gives me time to talk about the run and shout everybody out. So you know, I'll take that instead of doing it afterwards. So yeah, this is Paper Mario, 1,000 Year Door Max Upgrades. I hope everybody had a good time watching. Did appreciate everybody chilling.
Yeah.
So thank you. I do appreciate that a lot. If you are interested at all in getting into running this game, which I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's a fun yet challenging run in a lot of parts. Glitchless is a very good beginner category. It's like 6 hours though, so I'd understand if a lot of people don't want to do that. But realistically, max upgrades is probably one of the best glitched categories to get into because while the strats are kind of hard, some of the stuff you can definitely opt out of. And like, You could realistically not do palace skip in this category, right? Because you get all your partners and you get all the upgrades.
Yeah, there's a lot of alternate routes for
so
like even like some of the other categories.
there are alternative routes to some of these categories and stuff, which is, you know, pretty cool for a game like this. 4 hours as well. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea in terms of length, but yeah, I had a fun time. This is probably going to be about like 18 minutes off of my PB, which I guess for a marathon isn't bad, especially considering I got palace skip and then I died. I got a first try afterwards though. But overall, I'm pretty satisfied with how this went. It's coming under estimate by about like 7 or 8 minutes, so I can't really complain about that all too much.
Yeah, gave yourself a generous estimate.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to because I knew for a fact that I would mess some stuff up. When I submitted the category though, I think my PB was like 12 minutes worse. So, you know, it kind of works out.
Yeah, you got sick PB.
Yeah, I got a 403 or a 404 the other day, right before pace. So that was pretty tight on my last stream before pace. But yeah, thank you again for Yoshi and BlueBob commentating. I really appreciate you guys doing that.
Thanks for having us.
My pleasure. It was a blast.
It was awesome. Great job on the run. It was very entertaining. Do you have any runners you want to shout out? Or
Yeah, for sure. Yoshi, I know you don't really run this game too much anymore.
I'll get back into it.
Yeah, someday. But Yoshi is going to be doing Super Paper Mario at this marathon. It's tomorrow or the next day, right?
It's on November 1st at a very late time.
Yeah, okay.
11 p.m.
Yeah, if you like Paper Mario stuff, Super Paper Mario is also, once again, a really good run. Other runners of this game I could think of would be Red. He has been doing some any percent of this. Glan does a lot of glitchless. Sway, I don't think he's really touched T2ID in a while, but he has world record in every category, so when he does, it's always a treat to watch him run the game. Malio, and a lot of the other people that have figured out all the inner workings of this game, from like all the glitches and stuff. They're really to thank for a lot of the stuff that goes on in this run, or else the game would probably still be like over 6 hours long for any category that you decide to do. But any percent's like 2.5 hours, which is pretty low for a game like this.
It's crazy. It's like, yeah the world record's 2:17 right now.
Yep, it's crazy. What else can I shout out? Oh yeah, Malio, like I said, he's made like 8 any percent tasks of this game, and he's working on 100% tasks currently. So definitely check out his channel as well, TaskMalio, twitch.tv/TaskMalio. He's live most nights for a couple of hours doing some tasks, and he's got a pretty friendly stream. Yoshi as well, like I said. You don't really stream too much on Twitch these days, though, do you?
I'll get back into it.
Yeah. You're doing your own stuff on YouTube now.
Yes.
But yeah, these cutscenes right here are just Goombella going through each of the areas and talking with all the partners and stuff before the end of the run. Or, yeah, just telling Mario about everything. And I guess I could shout myself out.
Yeah, where do people find you?
Twitch.tv/MONADO, Monado. My name is a Xenoblade 1 reference, so if you like that game, you'd probably know that. That's my favorite game of all time, but I don't speedrun it because I don't want to speedrun that. I do runs of this game almost every day whenever I'm streaming. So if you like Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door, and sometimes other Paper Mario games too, definitely be sure to follow. I have a very welcoming and inviting community. Anybody is welcome to chat in there, and it's very appreciated if you decided you wanted to drop a follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any shout-outs, BlueBob?
Yeah, if you guys have some ending thoughts, go right ahead and say it, because we're wrapping it up.
No, this was a lot of fun. I actually have never played this game casually, believe it or not, so I think we kind of hinted at that throughout the run.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's okay. BlueBob did awesome commentary with us, you know, despite not knowing much about this game. It was great having you on commentary with us.
Thank you.
Do appreciate it from both of you.
Yeah, and really just huge shouts to the Thousand Year Door community. You know, you can join a Discord and go to speedrun.com/Thousand Year Door.
Yeah, T2ID.
Yeah, T2ID. And, you know, if you have any questions, you can ask it there. people will always be willing to help out. It may be a very hard game, but there is definitely just joy in running it and just the satisfaction of being able to do a game like this.
And shout out to the event runners too.
Yeah.
Everybody that's working behind the stage and doing everything to make sure this is working well. Thank you for all that, and thank you for having me. And glad to see we got over 500 before the end of the run, which is coming up as soon as the screen hits black. Time.
It's time. Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Urban